Hello and welcome along to the MODUS Super Series. By the close of play tonight, we will have our completed lineup for Saturday's finals night. At the halfway stage in Group C, it's Mark Dudbridge who leads the way, having won all 5 of his matches yesterday. Charlie Large received a late call-up to play in Group C. This 1-6-1 won him his only leg across his opening 2. He'll hope to produce the level we know he's capable of more consistently this afternoon. Ricky Palmer started the day strongly, taking out a lovely 160 in what proved to be his only win of the session. JT Davis found it tough going at the start of Group C. He finds himself on 4 points but will need to up his level today as he didn't average above 78 on Thursday. Stephen Plumstead performed at a much higher overall level than we saw from him in Group A earlier in the week. He'll be scratching his head wondering how he's only amassed 4 points. Kev Painter won 4 from 5 on Thursday to put breathing space between himself in second and the rest of the pack. But it's Mark Dudbridge who leads the way at the top of the table, having won all 5 games on day 1. The Group C favourite took out a superb 1-8 en route to victory in this one. Yeah, delighted to be joined once again by Matt Edgar. Mark Dudbridge completed the perfect day yesterday, went through the card 5 from 5. Do you have any concerns for him at all coming into today's session?
I don't think he has concerns for himself, so I don't feel I should have concerns for him. I do in the sense of the way he's moving around. He doesn't look too comfortable. He's got that issue with the hip, but he doesn't feel it's a problem. And as long as he doesn't feel it's a problem, it won't be a problem. And we saw yesterday, sort of that middle part of the day, we thought, oh, this could go downhill from here. He's really starting to move quite gingerly. Then comes up in the next game and he's moving absolutely fine again. So it may cause him a little bit of problem in games, but he's above the standard is required here.
Yeah, Flash is edging closer to booking his spot in finals night. Christian de Boer has already done just that. But I think it's fair to say, given the level that KDB produced in Group A and what we've seen in Groups B and C already, he's really going to need to up that level on finals night.
Yeah, absolutely, in regards to what he's got to do. But I think he's got a success there anyway, being in finals night. Everything for him now is a bonus. If you would have told him you'll be in Saturday night before he came here on debut, he'd been absolutely delighted with that. It comes down to finals night. We've seen him reach a final of a big WF event, a silver-ranked event with over 600 entries. So we know he's got the ability and the game in there. So it'll be interesting to see how he deals with it on Saturday night when it's just a little bit more urgent.
Yeah, and we can have a look at the Group C table. Charlie Large, of course, was a late replacement for Lisa Ashton, who had to withdraw due to family reasons. Confirmation that Mark Dudbridge is sat top, having picked up the maximum points available yesterday. He's on 10. Kevin Painter just behind him on 8. But that first game of the session, Kevin Painter against Stephen Plumstead, is going to be really crucial, especially when you take into consideration that Plumstead actually had the higher average in that one yesterday.
He had the second best average of anybody in the day yesterday. So a real big step up from where we saw him in Group A. Doubling, he got even better. That's been a highlight for him. We've been talking about how good his doubles have been. That improved. If he can do that again, he could really get in the mix here, because we've talked about Kevin Painter and Mark Dudbridge as being the runaway leaders. Yes, they are. They're the most likely to go through, absolutely. But when I looked back through the averages yesterday, the top 5 averages was all hit by 5 different players. No one was twice in the top 5 averages. So although it's been dominating on the league table, it's not been dominating in terms of the peak end of the performance. And Stephen Plumstead, if he can repeat that, is going to be in with a chance.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, actually. I spoke to Kevin Painter this morning, and he said, if I don't get the 2 points in that opening game, I become embroiled again, and it gives Plumstead an opportunity. So he's fully aware of what's at stake in that opening game. But we can have a look at the outright betting for Group C action. Mark Dudbridge, no surprise at all there to see that he is the favourite to go on and win the group. Do you see any value in backing Painter based on what you saw yesterday?
He's the only player you can realistically back if you are going to take on Mark Dudbridge there. And if he's to do that, he's got to win that head-to-head battle with Dudbridge. I think Kevin Painter and Dudbridge could go through the card again today in regards to everybody else in this group. So I think that game is going to probably be the decider of the group.
And you mentioned Stephen Plumstead and his performance level yesterday. He is going to be scratching his head, isn't he, wondering how he's only on 4 points after that campaign?
He will, but as we've said all week, he'll also have left here delighted at how he's played, because this to him is the pinnacle of everything he's worked for. We heard that great story yesterday about how he even missed a train to get back and had to sleep in a train station just to go to qualifying events to be here. So for him to have left the way he played, yes, he'll be disappointed he didn't get the results, but he'll come away here thinking, I went to the stage I wanted to perform on and produced my best.
Interested to get your thoughts on the bet builder today, because I've had a little look. I'm not certain about these selections. Returns over 4-1. The first one is Davis and Large over 5.5 legs. It was a 4-1 success in that one yesterday. Large, though, really dropped off, didn't he, in that contest? I don't expect that from him again today.
You used the word embroiled earlier, and I feel that both JT Davies and Charlie Large got embroiled in games. If they went ahead, they sort of gave opportunity for their opponent to come back into it. So certainly I don't see a dominant force in that game, so I do like that opening one.
And with Large, just a word on him, because I've mentioned that he was a late replacement coming in yesterday. He had the most difficult opening 2 fixtures as well, had to take on Dudbridge and Painter. A bit of an easier start for him today, and that should suit him to settle into the challenge.
That start could have been everything that set the negativity for the day. Because when you lose your first 2, you feel like you're chasing. You shouldn't do it. We say, right, go in there, win 7 games, you're okay. So you lose the first 2, you think, I've still got an extra life to get 7 wins. However, what you do when you're in the back room is completely different. And you play it as a continuum. You look at the table, you see yourself at the bottom, you see all the results ahead of you. You think, I want him to win this game or him to win that. And it doesn't matter, because ultimately at the end of it, if you win 7, you're pretty much in. We have seen people go out with 7, but you're quite the anomaly. It's quite unfortunate. So I think he ended up getting into that pattern of just playing it as a continuum, and it sort of set the negativity off through the day. So absolutely, he could get in there today and see a much more positive day.
And just finally, Dudbridge and Painter, the 2 to come through for you?
Yeah, I said it from the very start, and I'm finding it very hard to argue and debate with it. Stephen Plumstead could cause problems. Ricky Palmer, we've seen him put in some big moments, but he's not been able to string it together for the length of one of these games. For people like Dudbridge and Painter, they look at this and see this as a short format game. But for some players who play sort of counties and super leagues, they might be used to best of 5 or even a best of 7 being like the pinnacle of the standard they're used to, or the height of the length of the format. So for them, this is a bit of a stretch, where for Dudbridge and Painter, we know they've got plenty more in the locker.
Right then, first up this morning, it is a huge contest. Stephen Plumstead takes on Kevin Painter. Before we get into the action, let's hear from the artist now. Kev, at the halfway stage in Group C, you sat second in the table. How do you assess your performances yesterday?
Well, I mean, winning 4 out of 5, obviously happy with that. Had some sort of sloppy moments, to be honest, but finishing weren't great, but got away with a few legs. But no, I'm happy with it. 4 out of 5, yeah.
Really crucial, that last match as well, wasn't it? It was a really tight affair. Stephen played really well, but it was so crucial that you got that victory.
Yeah, Stephen got better as the day went on, and yeah, I was happy to get over the line with that. Vital 2 points. I need like another 2 or 3 wins possibly today to get through, yeah.
We highlighted it as one of the matches to look out for yesterday, your game against Mark Dudbridge. I'm sure you won't want to focus on it too much, but it was a really enjoyable encounter for us to watch. How frustrated were you with the way you played in that decider?
Yeah, nothing happened in the decider for me. I was hitting a lot of darts on the wire as well, which was quite annoying, especially because Mark was just going off the boil a bit, and I think if I'd have hit him hard in that last leg early on, I think we could have had a different story. But to go 3-0 down, I left too much to do, and sort of it was too much for me in the end.
Is that a match that you're looking forward to and relishing again today?
No, I want him to play rubbish. But no, listen, when games go well, that's great. You're in big games and tight games. Obviously, Mark's a favourite to win the group. I just want to win all my 5 games if I can.
What aspects of your game do you feel need to be better today? Because you are in such a strong position to qualify for tomorrow night. Any aspects of your game you feel need to be better?
Bit of everything, really, to be honest. I need to I keep throwing a few sort of sloppy darts, flying off into the 5s. I'm just getting used to the darts I'm playing with. Sometimes I throw a little bit too quick for my own good. And my finishing has to be a little bit better. I had a few good finishes yesterday, vital times, especially in the last game, as you mentioned, against Stephen. But yeah, bit of sort of everything, really.
Very best of luck today.
Thanks, Abby. Thank you.
Right then, a huge game in the context of the league stand-ins. Up first this afternoon, Kevin Painter taking on Stephen Plumstead, the debutant, losing 4-2 in this one yesterday despite having an average 4 points higher than the artist. Can Plumstead close the gap on Painter with a win here and keep that race for finals night interesting, or will Painter edge closer to confirming his spot at finals night with a 5th win from 6 in Group C? Let's find out then in the company of Matt Edgar, and good afternoon to Chris Murphy.
Good afternoon, Abby. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, is it fight or formality in this group? This match might even determine the whole rest of play for the day. 15 matches to bring you in Group C. Kevin Painter wins this one. He puts a 6-point buffer between himself and the chasing pack in the top 2, alongside Mark Durbridge, who meets Ricky Palmer in Game 2.
First leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
But well aware of the quality possessed by Stephen Plumstead after a good day at the darts for the ADC qualifier yesterday.
180.
Kevin, I managed to have a brief chat with him last night, and he knows the importance of this game. He knows the importance of starting well here. He knows he's just a couple of
58.
points away now from, a couple of wins away from booking his place in Saturday night. Was
60.
fairly happy with the equipment and how it landed. One of the things that we've know from Kevin Painter is he does tinker quite a bit with the equipment. He does
100.
change quite a lot, but you saw enough yesterday that he wants to persist with this now. We may see this setup for the artist for
100.
quite some time, certainly going into the Tavern. The Seniors World Championship, a tournament Kevin Painter is eyeing up, a tournament he's
140.
really
Kevin
embraced and
Require,
relished from the very
161.
first announcement of that tournament's inception.
90.
Racing out the blocks here, Kevin Painter, a 180 to open this leg, and now on 71 after just 12 darts, really putting
83.
Plumstead to the
Kevin
sword.
requires 71.
Double top.
Game shot.
Yeah,
the first
really
leg.
authoritative
Kevin
start
Painter.
from the artist. Knows that he wants to just keep
Second leg.
Steve
It's Stephen
Plumstead
to
at
throw
bay,
first.
and that's the way to go about it.
He enjoyed that as well, didn't he? You
92.
could see him nodding along, giving himself the nod of approval there after the 71 finish. But yesterday we spoke quite a lot about this
60.
being pretty much the Mark Dudbridge, Kevin Painter show. But it was quite surprising when you look at the top 5 averages of yesterday, and it is 5 different players. You'd expect the way it went that it'd just
140.
be Dudbridge and Painter hogging all 5 positions.
96.
Yeah, particularly from Painter, there seemed to be a bit of a regression as the day went on. So maybe that was in his mind as well when he said that he really felt he needed to beat Plumstead to avoid getting
45.
embroiled.
$140.
They do look all set for Saturday, himself and Mark Dudbridge alongside Christian de Boer, who's made it already. Group B might be a little more interesting tonight with 4 players
100.
separated by 2 points. More on that as the day progresses.
Come downstairs here.
49. Stephen, you require 124.
The ball.
99.
Fine
Kevin, you
effort there
require
for
156.
giving Kevin Painter the full respect, knowing that he's capable of this 156. He won't be now, so Plumstead should be getting a couple of darts here to level up
60.
this fixture.
Stephen, you require 25.
And one thing we've learnt about Stephen Plumstead is he doesn't need too long on the doubles.
9. Kevin, you
But
require
today he's
96.
playing with that extra urgency, that extra pressure. Every defeat could be the one that sends him home.
Still enjoying himself, still smiling, Steve Plumstead.
44.
And we'll be
Stephen,
back.
you require 16.
key feature of his game this week. Doubling 3 darts in hand. Usually
12.
he goes out,
Kevin, you
but this
require
might be the sign of him
52.
going out of the tournament. Not able to do that there. And now Painter can pick his pocket. The 2-part finish.
Game shot the
Completed on
second
double
leg.
10. A breaker
Kevin
throw.
Painter.
Kevin Painter in command.
Stephen Plumstead wore that all over his face. You saw the grimace. He'll be aware of how good his
Third
finishing
leg,
has
it's Kevin
been.
to throw
6
first.
darts now for Stephen
Game on.
Plumstead without being able to convert the leg. Yesterday, across the entire day, run a very small fraction under 54%.
100.
When we think that the world's best finisher averages 44%, it was 10% better than
100.
that. You feel today is where it really matters the most.
134.
Just let Plumstead down there at the time it really matters.
85.
Statistically, the second best player yesterday, Stephen Plumstead,
60.
only behind Mark Dudbridge. Kevin Painter 85.58 for the day. Said that he feels he needs to
64.
tighten up those doubles a little bit. He was above our sort of expected standard here at the Super Series, which is 33%. Kevin Painter yesterday fractionally under the 36.
125.
But he certainly improved it so far today. 2 from 3.
$125. Kevin, you require 82.
Perfectly pitched dart in the bullseye for Kevin Painter to leave double 16. That becomes double 8.
Game
And that
shot on the
is
third
3-0
leg.
to the artist.
Kevin
This could not have
Painter.
gone better for Painter.
Fourth leg, it's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
Again, just watching Plumstead at the back of the stage there, I've never seen anyone enjoy or look like they're happy with someone hitting a bullseye against them before.
100.
He's just a guy that just really enjoys good darts, whether it's against him or just in general.
140. $77.
Talk about players that need to bring their best when it matters the most, and this is Kevin Painter's
100.
best performance of the week so far. It's a performance that will not just putting 1 foot through the door, he might even be taking a seat in finals night
39.
very soon. Victory in this leg would actually have him jump Mark Dudbridge in the table temporarily.
100.
Dudbridge would have a game in hand. That one coming up next against Ricky Palmer.
$133. Kevin, you require 161.
The chasing pack here, it could be problems. Not just the fact that Kevin Painter's
137.
winning,
Stephen,
but
you
the
require
size of the victory
152.
as well. It's a beautiful dart. Oh, he's just gone into the treble 5. Fine effort. Just kissing the barrel on the way in. And Kevin Painter
94.
to get this
Kevin, you
wrapped up.
require 24.
Double 12 to do that. That's a mess from Kevin
12.
Painter.
Stephen, you require 58.
Just tried to play around the first dart that was already in the bed.
Game
And
shot on the
Stephen
fourth
Plumstead
leg.
back on track
Stephen
in regards to his
Plumstead.
finishing. For Kevin Painter, that was a bit of a bonus leg.
Fifth
As it
leg,
was
it's
on
Kevin
the
to throw
Plumstead
first.
throw,
Game
but
on.
Can guarantee you he won't be feeling like that after approaching the hockey with 3 darts in his hand.
96.
Being deterred. This is something we haven't seen from Kevin Painter this week. Sometimes when something goes wrong, it can sort of lead to 2, 3 or 4 mistakes.
140.
Sort of loses the concentration. Not this week. Firmly mind on the task. And maybe that does come down to getting a little bit
95.
more competitive play like he has been doing by entering things like the Q School with intentions to do a couple of the challenge tours and just try and stay active.
100.
I mentioned that desire not to become embroiled today, that he needed to beat Steve Plumstead to avoid that. But is he going to become embroiled in this match?
140.
Kevin Painter, having missed that match start when he made a real mess of the double 12 attempt.
100. Stephen, you require
The
121.
chances for Plumstead to break, and then you would say there is a battle going on in this game. Treble 17, not found, so Painter gets another chance to wrap it up.
57. Kevin, you require 110. $70. Stephen, you require 64.
Another match start for Kevin Painter's gone amiss. Tops the same target for Plumstead to get the break of throw.
44. Kevin, you require 40.
What might have been for Stephen Plumstead, what will be for Kevin Painter.
Game,
And
shot,
that's what will
and the
be.
match.
It's
Kevin
a win
Painter.
and a big one as well. Not often is the first match of the day so important, but today that could be the case because that convincing victory keeps Plumstead at bay and puts Kevin Painter not only 6 points clear of Plumstead and the chasing pack, but it also puts him top of the table. He's just managed to get ahead of Mark Durbridge on leg difference with that win. A good performance as well, but Durbridge can answer next when he takes on Ricky Palmer.
Right then, our table topper before a dart had been thrown today, Mark Dudbridge up next. A win would as good as secure his passage through to finals night. He's pretty much there already, realistically, isn't he? Of course, won all 5 of his matches yesterday. A 4-2 success in this particular contest with a really solid display. Can he keep this running streak going, or will Ricky Palmer look a bit more settled up on that Super Series stage today? Let's find out with Murph and Matt.
Yeah, Ricky Palmer, same part of the world as Mark Dudbridge, looking to get a win
First leg, it's
over
Mark to throw first.
the unbeaten player in
Game
this group.
on.
They'll know each other well. But Mark Dudbridge has just been super consistent throughout his campaign so far. And he's on course, well on course, for a trip
83.
to finals night tomorrow. And if you want to be there, then all you've got to do is scan that QR code on your screen right now. Tickets available from dartshop.tv
42.
for a night that's looking like it might be featuring 1 or 2 legends of the sport. Kevin Painter and Mark Dudbridge look certs to be there. It's possible we could see the likes of
59.
Tony O'Shea as well. He's put himself right in the mix in Group B. He actually in that group gets back underway at 9:45 tonight, but it's a 7:30 start here at the Live Lounge in
80.
Portsmouth for finals night. Doors open an hour before the arrows get underway. Do come along for a unique, intimate experience of
100.
darting entertainment, up close and personal. And that QR code and book your tickets for a very, very small booking fee. It will be
60.
worth every penny.
Interesting. Ricky Palmer using a set of Wes Newton darts.
100.
A set of darts that Mark Dudbridge has gone up against 15 times on his professional career. And actually doesn't have a positive record against Wes Newton. 8-7 up on the head-to-head
121.
category. He did get some revenge on those darts yesterday, beating Ricky Palmer, as he did everybody else in the group.
79.
Was the top player on the table, the top player on the stats.
$57. Mark, you require 80.
Double 10
Game
for
shot on the
Dudbridge.
first leg. Mark Dudbridge.
Very, very nicely done.
And I feel we missed this
Second leg,
yesterday
it's
because
Ricky
we
to
was
throw
talking a lot
first.
about
Game
Stephen
on.
Plumstead's finishing and how good that was. And we ended up talking about Mark Dudbridge's overall game quite a lot, but we really missed out the fact of how
42.
good his doubling was yesterday. He's thrown 40 darts at doubles and hit 20. A clean 50% return on the outer ring.
122.
Yeah, and often at times when his opponent had just left a double or missed a double or two themselves, he was just so clinical.
$82. $140. $59. $59.
Realistically now, the only rival to those top two is going to be JT Davis, who comes up next in our in with
66.
Charlie Large. If JT Davis is to win that, he will be within 4 points of Pater, which might make that head-to-head clash very important a bit later on in the day. But you just
25.
get the feel that the players would have been so aware of that Kevin Painter Plumstead result, just watching the expressions of Ricky Palmer here and how Plumstead left the stage.
30. Mark to
There is
require
a league table up in
155.
the players' practice room, and they'll be very well aware that this looks like it's going to be job done quite early for the top 2 places.
$87. 60. Mark requires 68.
Well, he's gone for the 13. And he's
28.
just missed the tops. That checkout percentage
92.
becomes
Mark to
50%
require 40.
in this match with that miss.
Game shot on the
But with
second
that hit,
leg. Mark
It
Durbridge.
improves to 2 out of 3. And Mark Durbridge is just on a march, isn't he? He's never
leg, it's Mark
looked
to
like he's
throw
not going to
first.
make it.
Game on.
Since the first start he threw yesterday. Played Charlie Large in this corresponding fixture, won it 4-1.
22.
The only real threat came against Kevin Painter, and he was 3-0 up in that match.
$77.
There was threat from Painter, who managed to turn that back around to 3-3, but then nothing happened for him in that last leg. The bridge never really been in a position where you feel he could go on to lose a fixture.
58.
And with that, that just grows confidence. You just feel like you can dig yourself out of any situation because all you know is that winning feeling.
60.
Something you feel like Ricky Palmer looks completely void of at the moment, a bit of confidence. Been head shaking from the offset of this game. He's going up against someone from his local area, which
135.
can often bring its own pressures as well, because you can imagine in that Bristol area, Mark Durbridge would be somewhat of a legend. The
100.
runner-up of the World Match Play, World Championships, former World Masters winner.
$58.
Needs to stay straight to leave a finish,
100.
does that. But Durbridge is right on his shoulder.
$140. Ricky require 164. $60. Mark
Just
to require
feel the frustration
88.
building and growing here for Ricky Palmer. Not in a way that's going to be producing an improved in performance.
63. Ricky require 104.
What a chance to get a foothold in this fixture. We'll be staying there to find that. To leave double 16,
72.
but couldn't find that. And
Mark to
Durbridge,
require
the way he's been
25.
finishing, you would expect to mop this up.
$17. Ricky require
He's not made
32.
many mistakes this week, Mark Durbridge, but could be the first one he makes in this fixture.
Game shot on the third leg.
Some positivity
Ricky Palmer.
for Ricky Palmer to break a throw.
Fourth leg, it's Ricky to throw first. Game on.
Durbridge wins this fixture. He goes back to the top of the table on 12 points, but that, what we were talking about yesterday, that release,
98.
just inconsistent with that release, not getting that extension, completely just rotating the arm there on the throw. And with that, dropping it mightily low,
41.
missing by 2 numbers.
$41. 60. $85. 100.
This happened yesterday as well. Every time Dubbridge just started to wane in regards to the performance levels, and you just think, is he starting to drop off from what we've seen?
60.
He hits back with something big, and all of a sudden, he's put himself in a great position to try and break the throw here, despite opening with 41 and 60.
Is he in again? Is he in again? He is.
180.
Back to back maximums and as quick as a flash. Dubbridge finds himself on a double.
60. Mark your required 40. Game shot on the fourth leg.
Brilliant.
Mark Dubbridge.
Closing out of a leg, and that's what he's done so well this week, Mark Dubbridge.
Fifth leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
Well, let's have it right. It's him and Kevin Painter going through, isn't it, Matt? Shall we nip out for the rest of the day and just leave everyone to watch the rest of the
47.
action?
Yeah, we'll just put some nice music on in the background, and nice calming music.
I don't think I've seen a group that's been so
81.
obvious from the beginning, to be honest.
We do get to now think about what the year might look like for Mark Dubbridge as well. We know he went to Q School last
95.
week, so that makes him eligible for the Challenge Tour, which is currently underway at the moment. The first Challenge Tour taking place in Milton Keynes this weekend. The next one, though, is in
100.
Germany, and I just don't get that impression that Mark's going to be travelling over to Germany to take part in the Challenge Tour events.
We would think as well the players that are really going to
99.
prioritise the Challenge Tour would be there rather than here right now. There is a player who's doing both. Scott Walters.
Scott Walters did
60.
play in this morning's Challenge Tour, lost in the preliminary stage. He'll be back here tonight at 10 o'clock to see if he can turn around his Group B campaign. And I think we're going to have one of the winners of the Challenge Tour here next week.
180.
We've got Alex Spellman here next week, who's beat Chris Quantock and Tom Lonsdale today, who are both going to be joining us. And Connor Scutt, the Scutt man, he'll be in action next week. He's currently 2-0 up in the last 32
42.
against Colin Osborne.
Mark your required
I wouldn't be surprised to see
142.
him pick up one of those Challenge Tour titles.
17 will just tee up tops for
102.
Dubbridge here, and it's a walk in the park for Mark.
$58. Mark your required 40.
For a successive win, number
Game,
6.
shot,
And Mark
and the
Dubbridge has
match.
now won
Mark
6 of the
Dubbridge.
best for 4-1 win. Another convincing display. Ricky Palmer could not live with the brilliance of Mark Dubbridge there. It was fantastic flash once again. A 4-1 success, an average of 86.1. 4 out of 9 on the doubles again. Really adept in that department. A couple of maxis for Dubbridge as well. It looks like he's going through. He's won all of his matches. Can anybody stop him? We will find out as the day unfolds. But coming next, a meeting between JT Davis and Charlie Large.
JT Davis and Charlie Large complete our first round of fixtures today. The race for finals night is pretty much sewn up. It would now take something pretty miraculous to stop Dudbridge and Painter being the two to progress. But both of these players will want to give a good account of themselves today. The American did claim a 4-1 win when the two met yesterday, but Charlie's level did drop off quite significantly. Averaged 66 and missed 10 at the outer ring. I expect him to put in a more commanding display in this fixture today, even with little to play for, against Davis, who managed to win 2 games yesterday, despite his highest average being in the 70s. To see who picks up the points in this one then, let's get back to Chris and Matt.
Thank you, Abby. In regards to who picks up the points, it's JT Davies who will need to pick up the
First leg,
points.
it's JT to throw first. Game on.
Charlie Large, if he was to win all 5 games today, could reach 12. You'd expect Kevin Painter to pick up another victory across the day, which would pretty much rule out Charlie Large's chances.
55.
But for JT Davies, he picked up 2 results yesterday, 4 points, so he's currently 6 points off the qualifying places. But if anybody is going to
43.
allow a possibility of those top 2 places being dislodged, the last man standing is JT Davies.
96.
Davis on 4 points along with Steve Plumstead, but of course has that extra game. This is that extra game.
41.
Imagine if we were wrong now. Imagine if neither Dudbridge or Painter made it. It's one of those
41.
if that happens moments, isn't it? If that happens, Matthew Edgar will...
Whatever you
81.
want.
Tweet in
Whatever
at
you
MSS
want.
Darts. What do you want Matthew Edgar to do as a forfeit if both Mark Dudbridge and Kevin Painter don't get through this group?
I will literally do anything.
99.
There you have it.
$95.
Update
60.
coming as well from Milton Keynes in regards to the Challenge Tour. Going through to the last 16, a player you're going to see here next week, Connor Scott, a 5-0 victor over Colin
58.
Osborne,
JT
averaging
required
110.
150.
Great lineup for next week. We'll probably discuss that more as the week goes on.
100. 95.
Do we start to
JT
see some
required 50.
fireworks and some maverick moves from the players that pretty much know they're condemned? Just wondered if we might see JT Davis go straight for the bull on that occasion,
34.
but he thought
Charlie
better of
required
it.
88.
Actually, might as well have.
28.
Angry
JT
little
requires
large.
16. No score. Charlie requires 60.
I wonder if JT Davis is just playing with that tension, knowing this is literally the last chance saloon.
Game shot on the first leg. Charlie Large.
You always get these scenarios where you think you're on your last opportunity, but he
Second leg,
genuinely
it's
is
Charlie
right
to
now.
throw first. $59.
I do keep looking at Charlie Larger's points. It looks like one of them might be a little bit split.
Oh, we'll have a good look at that in a moment.
127.
Eagle eye, if that is correct. Split point.
58.
In what way? At what point of the point is it split at the end?
It's looking like one of the darts where it's in the board. It's almost
60.
like there's a little split in the actual fascia of the point.
That one, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, that first one. I can see it.
100.
He thinks if it goes in twice, he gets double the points. Yeah, it's kind of forked, hasn't it? That Charlie Large point. Good spot that from Matthew Edgar, I have to
85.
say. Can you see it there? 2 pronged point
96.
from Charlie Large.
I wonder if he gets it like on the wire and gets one in the treble and half in the single.
But you get all those YouTube videos, don't you?
59.
Where people say, what would happen if? We might actually see it in a real match situation here, and let's see what Charlie Corstefine comes up with.
96. JT requiring 170.
I've actually got the official answer would be no score.
60. Charlie requiring 92.
Now you have put him under it. If he doesn't call that, he's in trouble. JT Davis for 110
52. JT
to
requiring
score a
110.
leg in this match.
Just looking at the darts there as well as he was coming back. Maybe now become aware of the situation.
50.
It's
Charlie
not something you
requiring
really
40.
carry around because you'd need some form of repointing machine as well.
35. JT requires 60.
It's all very heavy weather at the moment for both players.
20. Charlie required 5.
Maybe struggling to find that intensity, knowing it's unlikely they're going to be competing at the top end of the table.
Game shot
Charlie
the
Large
second
doubles
leg.
his lead.
Charlie Large. Third leg, it's JT to throw first. Game on. $180.
We could be moving into confirmation territory in the next couple of games, certainly for Mark Dudbridge at the top of the table.
140.
Hang on a minute, where's this come from? What's happening here?
What
on earth is going on?
180.
Could hardly hear anything in the first 2 legs of this match, and suddenly JT Davis, he's on a 9 darter, and now Large is in on the
180.
X.
JT required
He was literally averaging
141.
64 going into this leg. Well, he said about some different
83.
choices or maverick decisions. The main thing he can do right now is try and get the leg one, though, because he still is in a position where he could just keep Kevin Painter
60.
thinking.
JT required 58. $38.
Both a
Charlie
long way
required
off there. 9 missed
121.
starts now for JT Davies at the doubles.
Yeah, 6 perfect darts at the start of this leg. May lose the leg. The ball
96.
whistled
JT
past the
required
wire
20.
for Charlie Large. Davis has the chance to put things right on double 10
Game
and
shot on the
does
third leg.
to halve the deficit.
JT Davis. Fourth leg, it's Charlie to throw first. Game on.
Just looking through the numbers going on over at Milton Keynes at the moment for the Challenge Tour. Somewhere
41.
we'll probably see Charlie Large playing on this weekend. He did say that he'll be up there at some point. If he gets through to Saturday, he'll be only going on the Sunday. But the way it's going, he might get himself 2
83.
days of action up in Milton Keynes. And the standard in the Challenge Tour, so many sort of mid-90 averages here in the last 32 stage.
59.
A lot of players that you've seen here at the Super Series. Lee Cox going through with a 98. Justin Hood going through. Conan Whitehead, our Series 1 champion. Darryl Pilgrim.
140.
Players that we may see. I know there's one on here I would really like to see. Richie Burnett.
57.
He got his card back for a couple of years, but has fallen back off the tour, Richie Burnett.
45.
He playing seniors as he had the invite? I can't remember. He did a few years ago, but then got his card, which meant he
86.
wasn't able to. The same as Kevin Burness, I believe, as well. But I would fully expect to see Richie Burnett in some seniors events at some point this year. Yeah, the Mad Prince of Wales, and we'll be fortunate to see him here as well. Did play a fair bit in Southampton in our previous
100. JT require 100.
guys of this tournament.
Yeah, 9 darter, didn't he, over in Southampton?
Yeah, certainly did, to win a match.
80.
Missed the 9 dart, I think,
Charlie
to win the
require
whole
158.
championship as well. Still throws a mean dart.
32.
JT Davis has started trying some better ones in this match. Double 10 was hit to win the previous leg.
16.
But nothing's hit
Charlie
yet to win this one.
126. $42. JT require 4.
Well, his darts low, that first one.
2. Charlie require
been ideal.
84.
He's just not finding anything easy anymore, JT Davies. This is a player who started his week off with 4 successive victories.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Charlie Large.
Doesn't look like he's enjoying himself too much at the moment, does he,
5th
Charlie
leg, it's
Larch?
JT to throw first. Game on.
Oh, but he's winning the game. Only won
85.
1 game yesterday. That was against Ricky Palmer.
58.
4-1, and that's been the order of the day so far. 4-1 Painter versus Plumstead. 4-1 Dudbridge versus Palmer. Will it be the same scoreline that sees
60.
Large pick up a win in this one?
$134.
The other thing as well is playing for positions. Last thing
85.
you want is to down towards the bottom end of the table after a group campaign. You want to be able to have that just missed out by a win.
139.
Certainly when you're in some of these groups that Charlie Large finds himself in with various other players. Can you imagine if he finished bottom of that? There'd be a few
Charlie
jokes
require
banding around.
170.
I was going to say he's completely outscored his opponent JT Davies here on the throw
21.
to the point where he's in full command, but he's just opened the door once again for JT.
$140. Charlie require 149.
But Davis to stay in it.
89. JT
May
require
only get a dart at the
88.
bullseye. He doesn't find a treble here. Single 18 would leave the button. And that's all he's got.
43.
And
Charlie
now all he's got
requires
is the hope
60.
that Charlie Large does not take this out.
$55.
Which he does not.
JT required 45.
Reminder, JT Davies still in a position where he could close in on those top 2 places. He is to pick up some results.
29. Charlie required 5.
But now he's hoping.
Game, shot,
And
the
Large
match.
gets a
Charlie
big win.
Large.
4-1 over JT Davis in that one. And it's 3-4-1 results so far here at the Super Series on Thursday. JT Davis missing 19 darts at double in that game. He hit 2 180s in the match. He was on the 9-darter, but he only managed to win one leg. Large taking full advantage of that disastrous doubling from the American. And coming next, Palmer plays Painter.
Ricky Palmer and Kevin Painter in action next. Painter with a chance to join Dudbridge on 12 points and put 8 between the two of them and the chase in pack, meaning that at best Plumstead, Davis or Large could only join them on 12, where it would then come down to leg difference. Painter will be hoping though that he can just keep winning to prevent that from coming into play. Made a superb start to the session, the artist, a 4-1 win with a 91 average despite having a little bit of trouble at the back end of legs. Can he deliver another commanding performance here? Let's find out with Chris Murphy and Matt Edgar.
Yeah, closing in on the inevitable it seems, but can
First leg, it's Ricky to throw
Palmer
first. Game on.
just delay Painter's progression? They did have a decent game. Ricky Palmer
100.
got 3 legs off the artist. Missed a chance to beat him yesterday. Will that chance come again today?
96.
Really got embroiled in battle in that one, didn't he, Kevin Painter? It was his lowest performance of the day, but it was probably the biggest threat that he's had in terms of the performance of Ricky Palmer.
96.
Kevin will be aware of that as well when he'll notice that
45.
Ricky in that opening game was a long way off of his sort of best performance, a 68 average, and then he'll see him hitting trebles now, thinking, why can't I have played the Ricky that played Mark Dudbridge?
26.
Just doesn't seem to want to let go of the dart at times. Seems a real battle for him to
100.
be able to propel that dart through the air. It's not coming through smooth. That one was better.
57.
And his only defeat coming at the hands of Mark Durbridge. They will play in game 8 today. If Durbridge wins game 6 against JT Davis,
96.
he will be through. The way results have gone mean that nobody other than Durbridge and Painter could get as high as 14 points. Durbridge is already on 12, so if he wins his next match, qualification is
23.
secure.
Kevin, you
Mark
require
Durbridge with 3 games to
164.
spare. Kevin Painter won't be far behind him.
100. $99. Kevin, you require 64.
And his Dublin was very strong in his opening game. 4 from 10.
$32. Ricky require 100.
Stop the wire. Opportunity there for Painter to have got the breaker throw. He's going to get another one. Ricky hitting the big one with the opening dart. Goes from being on a finish to being on a non-finish.
80.
Kevin
Kevin, you require
Painter,
32.
3 darts in hand to get the breaker throw that he needs here against Ricky Palmer.
Game shot on the first leg.
No drama.
Kevin Painter. Second leg, it's Kevin
That's
to
what
throw
Kevin
first.
needs. Just needs
Game
a
on.
drama-free day. He knows that the job was pretty much done yesterday. He actually says wants to get the first
125.
couple of games won, and then go all guns blazing. He reckons he's going to raise it once the job's done.
But I'll tell you what, if he does do that, he and Durbridge will know they're
137.
through when it comes to game 8. But they'll both really want to win that one, won't they?
Kevin Painter really wants to win absolutely everything he does.
Super styling out there from the artist.
81.
Something just bothered him. He regripped, returned. Just sort of pinching his fingertips a little bit there.
$96.
One thing he has done as well, Kevin Painter, which is a bit of a contrast to the last few times he's been here. He's stuck with the equipment for the entirety of this group.
Tells me that's the intentions moving forward as well. Likes the setup.
96.
And there's a lot to like about it. The consistent angle of entry looks under good control.
80.
Just looks like he's very happy within himself and his game at the moment, Painter.
99.
Straight into the Orchid, ready to throw. Feels good, looks good. Playing in that really enviable position.
86. Kevin, you require
Knowing
100.
that it would take a complete capitulation not to qualify for Saturday night now.
Tops will be the target for Kevin here.
Game shot
Oh,
on the second
beautiful.
leg.
Great
Kevin
finish from the
Painter.
artist. Fully in control of his throw, his emotions,
Third leg, it's Ricky to
and
throw
his
first.
qualification here for Saturday night.
It's all out art attack at the Super Series.
140.
But looking at who's got through so far, often the Group A winner is immediately installed as a favourite, but would you be putting Christian de Boer below both Painter and Durbridge
57.
in the odds if you were compiling them?
Oh, absolutely. Without question. I had a good sample of Christian de Boer, and there was moments.
100.
But he is going to need to find those moments on a more consistent basis to live with these sort of players, and certainly the reputation that they bring with it as well.
41.
We did see Christian de Boer at times struggle against Lisa Ashton, who brought reputation. But Durbridge and Painter will bring reputation and some very relevant form.
97.
Good time of year as well to start playing well for Kev, with the Seniors World Championship on the horizon.
45. Ricky require 164.
Yeah, be really gearing up for that one next month. Not far away now at the Circus Tavern, a Place that holds many memories for him. But
140.
Ricky Palmer is still in this match. He's certainly in this leg. He's on course to win this leg.
Just 12 darts thrown here from Ricky
38.
Palmer.
Ricky required
Not
24.
double 12. One of the best legs he's thrown so far this week. Certainly if he can close it out. This is where you expect him
Game
to close it
shot
out
third
eventually, and he
leg.
gets it
Ricky
with the last
Palmer.
start in hand. It's where you don't want drama. Kevin Painter a long way back on 320. You know
Fourth leg, it's
Ricky's going
Kevin
to get the
throw
double
first.
eventually.
Game on.
What you don't want to do is have to come back 2, 3, 4 times to the board to get it wrapped up. So he'll be delighted to have
82.
got that done. Ask a couple of questions of Kev.
Kevin Painter was way back on 320 in that leg. A shocking leg from him. He would have been feeling so good as well after the tops finish in the previous leg.
85.
And then just a hat trick of really skinny scores from Kevin Painter. Allowed Palmer to pull away.
60.
Well, this game, a long way from being over. If you look at the averages, Ricky Palmer actually 10 points better than Kevin Painter at this point. Which, if that continues, you've got to think Ricky Palmer's going to get a chance somewhere to get back into the match.
180.
Bit of a peacockery there from Palmer, wasn't there? Left the arm out for a while. Look what I can do.
140.
Kevin Painter will have enjoyed that, no doubt.
He's someone I've practiced with for many years, and when you start doing those sort of shots and you put a bit of the old peacockery in there, he says it's like a red rag to a bull.
20.
So Painter in bullish mood now. And finding that red rag.
177.
look at that. Well, proved your point, didn't he?
He loves it. It just winds him up, fires him up.
Don't make him angry. You wouldn't like him when he's angry.
60. Kevin, you required 42.
32. And double 8.
Game
And
shot in the
Painter
fourth leg.
restores
Kevin
order
Painter.
in this encounter.
He's someone who
Fifth leg, it's Ricky to throw
openly admits
first.
struggles
Game
with
on.
concentration levels at times. Certainly when it came to those sort of pro tour events or those tour events, just you say you get bored. The
85.
sitting around, the waiting. He's always been a player that loves that one match a day, be preparing for one game, and that's where we see the best of him at events like the World
45.
Championships, and we used to see him at events like the match play. Probably
60.
the best way round to get it, really. And we've seen many players that are very good on the floor events, and when they come to translate it to the stage, they've not quite been able to do so over the years. Having the total opposite way round, but
59.
the problem with that is if you don't do well on the floor events, you don't get to be on the stages.
$140. 85.
Palmer still in it. Still scrapping around. Trying to avoid actually being the fourth player. Or being the fourth 4-1
92.
scoreline today. It's already happened to him once. On the wrong end of it against Mark Dubbridge. Into 1-4-1 against Stephen Plumstead. And Charlie Large also won 4-1 against
45.
JT
Ricky
Davis.
Require
We're
124.
going to see an end to that trend here. We will if Palmer can complete this in the next couple of goes.
Last time Ricky Palmer had the throw, it was a comfortable hold in 15 darts with Kevin Painter all the way back on 320.
54.
And again, while Palmer's going for finishers, Kevin Painter a long way back. As if he just says, all I've got to do is hold my throw, and I'm almost not too bothered what happens
41.
on his
Ricky
the
requires
James
70.
Wade school of thinking. I don't want to waste good darts.
$54.
I'm not over the line yet. I've got a strange feeling, you know, that Kevin Painter could still win this leg.
That feeling may just become
140.
a feeling Ricky Palmer might be
Ricky
worrying
requires
about.
16. Game shot.
Ricky
the
puts it right.
Ricky
As
Palmer.
soon as Painter got in his peripheral vision, Palmer decided enough was enough.
Sixth egg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
So, for the first time today, game will not finish in 5 legs.
57.
Steve Plumstead taking on Charlie Large next. What we will do throughout the course of the day, we'll get Edgar's assessment on all of the players that have been in action this week in this
45.
group. Your sort of school report for the players, something for them to take away and work on.
135.
We know what Kevin's probably going to have to work on this week, and that's trying to win on Saturday night because he's almost booked his place there already.
Yeah, been in the final a couple
100.
of times, but without success.
$45.
Painter made it to the final in
58.
Series 2. Week 10 lost to Matt Clark on that occasion. And also the previous series losing out to Andreas Harrison, Week 7.
140.
Victory in this leg would put Kevin Painter temporarily back to the top of the table. And he's going to have time now to finish off this 1, 2, 4. 6 darts
Kevin,
if he needs them.
124.
Get to register a tumpless finish. I don't think he'd have gone for the bullseye had he hit the
56.
treble 18 anyway.
$138. Kevin, you require 68.
Gives Kevin something to think about.
Game,
Nicely
shot,
done
and
by
the match.
Painter, who
Kevin
pins top to
Painter.
make it another victory and another step towards the Saturday session. It's a 4-2 defeat of Ricky Palmer today. Palmer got closer to him yesterday. Did manage to find a 180 in that one and pick up a couple of legs, but Painter, well, particularly with his finishing, was excellent in that game. 4 out of 6, defying a higher average from his opponent, but he makes it 6 wins out of 7. And ahead of his game with Mark Durbridge next. That might determine who ends up top of the table. Durbridge, though, has a game to play before that against JT Davis. But after the break, it's Steve Plumstead against Charlie Large.
Stephen Plumstead and Charlie Large up next. Plumstead going down 4-1 to Painter in his opener, which realistically ended his chances of progression through to finals night. I, for one, hope we get to see him back here at some stage, though. He's spoken a lot about how much work it's taken to get here, and he's added a great deal to this week's action. What can he produce here against a player he beat 4-2 yesterday with a typically brilliant show-in on the doubles? Let's find out with Matt and Chris.
Thank you, Abby. Yeah, Steve Plumstead has been really good on the outer ring. We did say in a previous match that we'd be asking for the Edgar assessment, so let's start with him because he's a player who's got a really interesting backstory, all the trials and tribulations in getting to the Super Series. What would be the few sentences on the report card for him to take home and work on?
Go back to those ADC events and do it again, because I've really enjoyed watching him here this week.
123.
He's not let whatever's happened to him, whether someone's hit something good or whether he's missed an opportunity, he's not let anything sort of waver his positivity. He's embraced the experience. He's looked very, very good at times. He's improved as the week's gone on. So I wonder how he'd do coming back here again. I would like to see him get back on those qualifiers and earn a second spot here.
He would have liked to have seen that gone in.
128.
Good third dart to leave himself on a double after just a dozen. Still has a chance to add more highlights to the reel, of course, and really
Stephen, you require 8.
make himself known. In every leg of darts, in every game of darts, you've still got that opportunity to do something that makes people aware of you. But in the game where you hit loads of big finishes or loads of maximums, maybe even throw a 9-darter and suddenly you're everywhere.
140.
Did some running repairs to the back of the stage there. He was just changing a flight.
64.
Does have a
32.
fox on the back of his shirt. That is his tribute to his son. Son's called Kit, which is a name for a young
60.
fox.
$43.
And there is Kit.
$140.
Yeah, nice way of doing it, as you mentioned earlier in the week. A bit more creative than just having the name on there. Now, we did mention earlier in the previous match that it looked like Charlie Large might be going with some points at a split, but we do now believe that maybe it's just a bit of an optical illusion and that there are points that exist that kind of have this sort of spiral pattern running through them, and that's what's creating that. If you just look closely at the end of his points, it can look on occasion like they're kind of forking towards the end, but we think that's just the design.
$130. Charlie requiring 126.
Yeah, fine performance here from Plumstead. Averaging in the mid-90s.
86.
And
Stephen, you
one thing we
require
know,
47.
this is the strength, this is the strong point of his game. 2 darts is normally enough for him to close out a leg.
29. Charlie, you require 40.
Unlucky. Wrong bed, so Large can level.
Game shot on the second leg.
All square.
Charlie Large.
It's been a great guy to have around as well, Stephen Plumstead. Really respectful.
Third leg, it's
Really
Stephen to throw
treated
first.
this with gratitude, this place. It has been like a week-long trip to the chocolate
100.
factory for Plumstead. It really has. He even said he was pleased to meet me. And he took one of Henry Deacon's signed photographs that he leaves in his dressing room.
56.
That's 2 that's gone so far. 1 to Stephen Plumstead and the other one to Henry's mum.
121. 85.
How long before one of our phones gets a notification, Matthew? Sure, we've already got one already because he'll remind us actually it should be 3 because he gave one away in the Secret Santa.
93. Stephen, you require 140. $40.
Well, decent leg again. A dozen darts chucked, and Steve Plumstead leaves himself on a ton.
59. Stephen, you require 100.
Because of the angle of his darts, he didn't want to
52.
persevere with the 20s there. And with Charlie Large not on a finish, he thought better of going tops. So no problem with that really for Plumstead.
73. Stephen, you require 48. Game shot on the third leg. Stephen Plumstead.
Mathematically, it's
Fourth
not
leg, it's Charlie
a
to
done
throw
deal.
first.
Stephen Plumstead could still qualify, but he's going to need Painter or
45.
Dudbridge to lose all of their last fixtures.
Well, it's the fact that he's already played Painter as well, who was the main one that could be caught. Painter
76.
has already lost, of course. His next game is against JT Davis. If he wins that, Mark Dudbridge, he'll be through. And then Painter will play Dudbridge with the same equation in front of him. We do know that at least one of those players will be through after that match, whatever happens.
96.
What of Large then? What's your assessment for him? Because it must feel like a little bit of a backward step, having reached the semi-finals last time he was here.
140.
When I'm watching Charlie Large, I get the impression that he feels like he should hit everything. He almost looks disappointed every time he doesn't hit a treble
48.
20, which we do see a lot from the younger players. They expect too much, and it's almost like he expects to already be at that sort of elite level already.
81.
Remember a great line which Mervyn King said to a young player once, and he says, "The problem with you young lads is you all want it yesterday."
100. Charlie required
I
95.
feel like Charlie Large might fit that criteria. He needs to enjoy the journey to the top.
55.
Well, he's got a journey to tops when he comes back. To level this one at 2-2.
81. Charlie required 40. Game shot on the fourth leg. Charlie Large.
And it is all square.
Fifth leg, it's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, semi-finalist he was in Series 5,
100.
Charlie Large.
$119.
Actually, I tell a lie. It was actually week 1 of this series, wasn't it?
100.
Nico Bloom, Willie Ball, and the finalist. Bloom beat Large, and Harry Ward was the other
57.
semi-finalist.
We are getting up to the
140.
quarter-final stage now at the Challenge Tour, and it looks like a bit of a finals night down here at the Super Series. A lot of our regular
83.
familiar
Stephen, you
faces
require
doing well, reaching the
161.
quarter-final stage. Jano Bottenberg, who was here before Christmas in preparation for his lakeside attempt.
125.
Reese Colley finding a bit of form. Conan Whitehead. Daryl Pilgrim. Connor Scott again, 97.70.
96. Stephen, you require
We're going to get a
36.
Challenge Tour winner here next week.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Stephen Plumstead.
Good darts here as well from Stephen Plumstead. A 13 darter there to put
Sixth leg,
himself
it's Charlie to throw first.
back in the lead.
60.
Connor Scott, one of those players that's just
90.
recently lost their tour card. Played in the early inceptions of this format. Sort of helped him
58.
get onto tour. And we do know the restrictions of play when you're on the tour. You can only really play the Pro Tours and the Europeans, and maybe what appears to be a step backwards might be a step forwards for
180.
Connor Scott being able to play the Challenge Tour and be here at the Super Series next week.
100.
Plumstead yesterday had his best performances of the week. He continued that in his opening game despite not getting much from Kevin Painter.
49.
He's raising it again here. 92.25 for Plumstead. And he is making a dash for the finish.
55. 140.
Good stuff. That dash might be about to be completed.
58. Stephen, you require 42.
Charlie Larger's outside hopes will be dashed with it.
34. Charlie, you require 170.
Actually saw this yesterday. The large fish.
48. Stephen, you require 8. No score.
Wouldn't
Charlie
believe it, would you?
required
Stephen Plumstead, who's been
122.
so good on the doubles. Missing 3 match darts to keep his hopes faintly alive. He will
56.
get another opportunity.
Stephen, you require 8. Game, shot,
And he
the
takes
match,
that opportunity.
Stephen Plumstead.
And Stephen Plumstead picks up a victory over Charlie Large. That rules another player officially out of the race. Mark Durbridge and Kevin Painter looking almost certain to qualify, but Plumstead just keeps his faint hopes alive. An average of 88.41, a 4-2 win, restricting Charlie Large to just 3 darts at double. But if Mark Durbridge does win the game after the break against JT Davis, then Flash will be confirmed as a finalist.
Mark Dudbridge is up next, and it's as simple as this. He wins, and he's through to finals night. He's yet to be defeated in Group C, and he's barely put a foot wrong this week. Really shown exactly why he was the favourite to top the group, and why he's many people's favourite to go on and taste victory tomorrow night as well. As for Davis, it's just not happened for him in Group C, has it? Difficult to believe this is the same player that won 4 of his 5 matches on the opening day of Group A action on Monday. To see then whether Flash can secure his spot in finals night with a victory here, let's get back to Chris and Matt.
Yep, this could be the moment for Flash to confirm his place in the Saturday night session, and still on.
First leg, it's
of
Mark
course,
to throw first.
on course
Game on.
to be an unbeaten finalist. Not many players have gone through a full group without losing a match. In fact, in Group C, it's only ever happened once. Richard North picked up the full 20 points. Mark Dudbridge is still on course, and he's picked up the full 180 points in his opening salvo here.
45.
I just think there's going to be a player stood waiting in the wings right now who's going to want to stop that from happening. Kevin Painter, the player who he will be playing in his next
59.
fixture. Kevin will have the advantage of throwing that fixture.
JT Davis did have a really strong start to the week. He went on a winning run himself. Won his first 4 matches on arrival at the
47.
Super Series on Monday. Was the overnight leader in Group A ahead of Christian de Boer, but he then won all of his matches the next day. While Davis started to struggle.
59.
And it has kind of been a struggle since. You did make the point yesterday that the performance levels didn't really change, but the results did.
99.
And it's kind of the most important thing, isn't it?
And it's a shame, really, because they've been so encouraged after the opening
62.
day. But it's so key to remember that JT Davies is so infantile in regards to his darting journey. Just 1 year he's been
25.
playing
Mark to require
out on that
141.
CDC tour. So this is well beyond where he'd expect to be at this stage.
55.
He actually reckoned it would take him about 2-3 years to get to this point. So he's on the fast track. And there'll be plenty of things he would have learnt from this
100.
experience.
Mark to require
There'll be
86.
plenty that he can put into his journey. It's a 5-year plan, he tells me.
Brilliant
Game shot on the
from
first
Dudbridge
leg.
again.
Mark
Clinical with the
Dudbridge.
finishing, an 86 out. Keeping alive that 50% strike ratio.
Second leg, it's
on the
JT
outer
to throw
ring.
first. Game on. $84.
I think this will be exciting and encouraging as well for Mark Dudbridge. You look how close we are to that Seniors World Championship.
59.
Start playing himself into a bit of form now. Could have a bit of a run at that event. Might even fancy that he could go one further than when he reached the final of
83.
the World Championship on that very same stage.
$140.
Just to put you in the picture in terms of the league table, if you have
45.
not been watching all week, well, it's been dominant stuff from Mark Dudbridge, and if he wins this match, he would secure qualification with 7 wins from 7. Kevin Painter also 1 win away.
84.
Steve Plumstead and JT Davis himself still hanging on to a faint flicker of a hope, but it would mean a complete capitulation from the
47.
artist or Mark Dudbridge from this point. If Davis loses this match, that's him out of the equation. Mathematically, officially,
125.
he's on 4 points below Steve Plumstead, same as Charlie Large, who has played 7 games already, so therefore is already statistically too far behind, as is Ricky Palmer with just 1 win from his 7 matches.
60. Mark your required 93. $61.
Time on his hands here, Mark Dudbridge, despite the fact JT Davies throwing first in this leg, so big opportunity here for Dudbridge to break the throw. Will confirm his place with victory.
60. Mark your required 32.
And he'll be in a very commanding position. Slightly awkward, may have to go to the bottom end of the
Game
bed.
shot on the second leg.
That is a fantastic dart, that from Mark Dudbridge. Didn't even move down the hockey. See him
Third leg, it's Mark to throw
giving
first.
us the pouty
Game
face. He was aware that that was an absolute genius dart.
96. $58. $59.
Nothing has been too close today. Every match won by at least a couple of legs. 3-4-1s and then 2-4-2s.
137.
In the first third of this afternoon's fixtures. You will be entertained with Arrow's excellence between now and about 6 p.m. and then we will return at 9:45 tonight, live here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel and live on Sporty Stuff TV. Slightly earlier time than recently, so if you are watching on the YouTube channel, make sure you subscribe, hit that notification bell, you'll get reminded. And also there's plenty of fun content coming up as well. You don't want to miss what we've got in store for you, so please do
60.
subscribe. Saw one YouTube video about a darts player cheating here at the Super Series. I thought that was disgraceful.
100. Mark your required 150.
For clarity, that was Matthew Edgar sat alongside me during his one of the challenges that we do here. Go and have a look.
Well, I wasn't told no
98.
rules about how many
JT
darts you
requires
could throw, so
72.
I was going to throw 9 originally. So I actually reined it in.
Some exciting new challenges around the corner as well, so well worth subscribing.
Game shot on the third leg. JT
And
Davis.
JT Davis adds a little highlight of his own.
Fourth leg, it's JT to throw first. Game
Just a
on.
cool, calm customer. Watching him all week, you wouldn't really know whether he was winning or losing.
Just enjoying, isn't he? Exactly like Stephen Plumstead, just enjoying his week here at
100.
the Super Series. Regardless of
121.
score in this one, he'll have 3 more fixtures still to go. So plenty more time to enjoy himself up on that stage before a bit of reflection time before
100.
the CDC tour starts. He'll be hoping to get into one of those positions where maybe get a spot at Ali Pally or
85.
return back to Madison Square Garden in the summer when the PDC rock into New York for the World Series.
120.
Bit of bad luck there for Davis with a dart on the floor. This is when Dudbridge usually weighs in with a big one.
55.
Not on this occasion, so a chance here for Davis to get level. He's going to have at least 6 darts from 181. May use the ball here and then go back up to
105.
the treble 20.
$100. JT requires 76.
We talk about players getting drawn into drama, drawn into battle.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Exactly what's happening here to Mark Dubbridge. He was 2-0 up, cruising. JT Davies, one dart in hand, hit the double 16.
Smart to throw
Ever
first.
since,
Game on.
Mark Dubbridge not been able to get back on the horse.
$180.
Beautiful there from Dubbridge. Got drawn back into a level game. Got drawn back into battle. Finds his 11th 180
22.
of the week so far. He's been the top player in this group. Statistically, in regards to the averages, in regards to the points, in regards to the results, in regards to the most 180s.
105.
The only thing he doesn't have is the biggest finish, which, ironically, as we're looking at the words biggest, it goes to Charlie Large. 161.
54. $96.
120. The target for Dubbridge to regain the lead in this match. Had a 2-0 cushion. Davis has worked his way back into it, but this is a dominant leg for Dubbridge. 60 found, 20 needed, now 40 needed.
Game shot on the fifth
Masterful
leg.
from Mark Dubbridge. The mighty flash. Regaining the advantage and moving within one leg of not just the match, but of qualification for finals night on Saturday.
We've talked a lot about the seniors this week with Kevin Pater and Mark Dubbridge being here. I can now update you again with the ingoings at Milton Keynes that Richie Burnett
60
has moved through to the semi-finals of the first Challenge Tour event.
So important as well, these early Challenge Tour events, aren't they? They can determine whether or not you're one of the top players of the Pro Tour, of which there are many these days, usually.
Especially with the midweeks and the travelling over to Germany, you'll certainly get those call-ups. Expect to see
60
good 15 to 20 players getting call-ups for those ones. Maybe more.
Yeah, you can really start to rake in the ranking points and the prize money. If you do well at those first Challenge Tour events, you might find yourself playing on the Pro Tour all season after all.
140.
JT Davies has just not been able to land one of those big blows as of yet. 9 scores of
57.
a ton or more, not yet registering anything in the 140, 180 columns, which is where the difference has come from in the scoreboard.
Dubbridge just having a word with himself because he's not managed to muster up much there. Really should have used the 19s and then maybe gone to the bullseye 25 segment to put himself on a finish there, JT Davis.
This is what you learn, though, by watching it back. This is where that learning can be done. He's got a big sample of matches now. 25 games that you can watch back and really pick up on moments like that, where he could have been coming to the board now for a 170, and he'd be having a dart at the bull. Key moment here in the learning and the evolution of JT Davies.
Well, this could be the key moment in this group for Mark Dubbridge. It's a dart, a double top.
56.
Not
JT
yet
required
there.
50.
We've asked if there were going to be any maverick finishers. There was a big 4 with the last start. Don't think it was his intention.
Big 4 with that dart as well. Double 18.
14. Mark, you required 20.
Should have had a couple of opportunities himself. But
game, shot,
it is
and the match.
Delight for Dubbridge. Flash through to finals night at the Super Series. A 4-2 success, and he remains unbeaten in Group C. Fantastic from Flash, who is now 7 from 7 and remains on course to become just the second player to go through a Group C campaign without losing a single match. Confirmation, Mark Dudbridge is through to Saturday. He will be at finals night along with Christian de Boer. Kevin Painter can join him. He's one win away, but he plays Mark Dudbridge in a couple of games' time. Before that, Charlie Large meets Ricky Palmer.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Mark Dudbridge has just become the second player to book his spot at finals night, joining Christian de Boer, of course, who booked his spot there via the Group A campaign that finished on Wednesday. Dudbridge yet to be defeated in Group C. There's confirmation of his opening 2 victories, a 4-1 success over Ricky Palmer before backing that up with a 4-2 win over JT Davis. Kevin Painter looks set to join him in finals night. He's won both of his fixtures so far today, a 91 average in game 1, his most important fixture, and that just shows how he's capable of dealing with those pressure situations and moments. And as I just mentioned, that victory for Mark Dudbridge over American debutant JT Davis. JT actually did really well to fight his way back into that contest, found himself 2-0 down, did really well to get himself back into it, but Mark Dudbridge just claimed control of it with that Shanghai finish. Next up, we've got a look at Charlie Large, who's taking on Palmer, but we're going to have a little look at the league standings before we get into that one. Confirmation that Mark Dudbridge is through to finals night. Kevin Painter looks set to join him. He is up in our next match after Large against Palmer with an opportunity to book his spot in finals night when he takes on the man who sat top of the table in Mark Dudbridge. And maybe that's the best time to take on Flash because he is now through. We do so often see when a player has booked their spot in finals night, there is just a little bit of a drop off in their performance level. Before we get into that one though, it's Large against Palmer. So let's get back to our commentary team.
Thank you very much, Abby. Yep. The big game is coming up after this, as Abby said. Painter versus Dubbridge. If Painter wins that, he will join Dubbridge in qualifying for finals night, where Charlie Large was earlier in the series. He made it through to the semi-finals. Ricky Palmer, though, has had a bit of a campaign to forget. Only one win so far. Will that change here?
To throw first.
What has changed are the darts of Charlie Large. See a little tweak to the arrows. He's trying something different. And maybe,
60.
Matt, this is the time to try it when you've got competitive play, but you know it's not leading anywhere. So you've got the opportunity maybe to try a few new things, but in a match scenario.
59.
They look completely different as well, they do. Off the top of my head, I'd say they look like a set of Gary Anderson phase
100.
ones.
The knowledge is admirable, Matthew. Don't know where you get it from.
Know me darts. It's everything, though. The whole
93.
setup, even the sort of stems, all change for Charlie Large, which again just goes back to that point I made earlier where I feel like he's
57.
looking for perfection rather than like enjoying and embracing the journey.
You can get yourself tied up in knots, can't you, as well, with
57.
tungsten tinkering. I'm sure every half-decent dart player's done it, where it's gone, I'll just throw these for 9 darts, and then they'll hit a good
81.
score. They feel good, and all of a sudden, caught between a couple of sets, and then you want to find one that's a balance between those two, and suddenly you're shaving your hair into a Mohican and dyeing it pink.
Ricky Rakai, 164.
It makes you doubt your own set as well. That's the main thing it does, and that's the biggest problem it causes, because you no longer feel comfortable with something that was comfortable.
92. Charlie Rakai, 20.
Well, does Charlie feel comfortable here? Double 10. Double 5.
Game
New
shot on the
darts do the
first
business.
leg.
1-0.
Charlie Large.
Has
Second
he
leg,
got
it's
a
Ricky to
nickname,
throw
Charlie
first.
Large? I've mentioned
Game
this
on.
before. I don't think he has, but surely it should be the Charge.
I would go with big stuff.
100.
I'd certainly play on the Large.
I'm just merging the two names
97.
together. Charge. Big stuff. That is that wrestling? A big show was wrestling, wasn't it?
36.
I did watch it once.
Remember Wes Newton at one point nickname was Avit? Charlie Large could change it
100.
to Giving It.
And
96.
Ricky Palmer, his brother Ryan, is nicknamed the Lion, so surely he's got to go down the rhyming first name and go for Tricky Ricky.
98.
Good walk-on song for that, isn't there? Rum DMC?
Yeah. Good call. See,
139.
watch this back, guys. You'll get loads of ideas.
$26. Ricky Rakai, 130.
Well, that wasn't very large from Charlie. And doesn't make it very tricky for Ricky. That does.
$58.
Actually, I'm looking through this group. Is there only Painter and Dubbridge that have got nicknames in this group?
40.
I'm
Ricky
sure we could do
Rakai,
something about
72.
that.
You know what to do. At MSS Darts. It's on your screen right now. Double top for Palmer.
32. Charlie Rakai, 140.
So you can give us a name for all 4 players.
They won't be going to finals night, but they'll get given a nickname. Our version of the Bendy Bully here at the Super Series. Don't leave with
60.
nothing.
Ricky Rakai, 40.
A roll of the eyes from
Game
Palmer,
shot
but he
the
finds
second
double
leg.
10
Ricky Palmer.
and levels the match at 1 apiece.
Third
We'll
leg,
read the
it's
best
Charlie
ones
to
out
throw
on air
first.
as well,
Game
so
on.
get posting on social media. I've got the X app open right now at MSS Darts.
42.
Give us nicknames for the two on your screen right now, Large and Palmer, and JT Davis and Steve Plumstead as well.
I've got 3. I'm struggling with 1.
100.
So we've got, I'm going with you, Tricky Ricky. I like Big Stuff, Charlie Large. I'm going for Foxy for Stephen Plumstead.
Bingo.
56.
And I'm struggling with JT.
Yeah, JT Davis.
22.
See if you can come up with one to help us out on that one.
59.
Or if you just completely disagree with my suggestions there for nicknames.
$74.
What's the best nickname in darts?
Oh, there's a few.
140.
I like ones that have a bit of a story to them. Have a bit of meaning. Rather than just one day waking up and going, do you know what?
98.
Today I fancy being the sniper.
Can get in trouble for that. Yeah, Adrian Lewis, he's got a good story, hasn't he? Wasn't funny at the time, mind. Won a huge jackpot
84.
gambling in Las Vegas when he was in his late teens. Legal gambling age in the UK, but not in Las Vegas. And could not be paid out on the jackpot.
67. Charlie require 120.
You know what his nickname was before that?
Not sure. 80?
Lurch.
$101.
That was a little bit of a lurch
Ricky require
into the
140.
wrong segment. Can he? No, he can't. Confusion on etched on every
82. Charlie
pore of
require
Charlie
19.
Large's face here. Still checking. Still not certain what's going on. Almost hit the treble,
11.
but doesn't hit the
Ricky
double. I
required
think he's
58.
melted his own mind a little bit here. And Ricky Palmer might be the beneficiary.
Game shot on the third leg.
Cashes
Ricky
in.
Palmer. Fourth leg, it's Ricky to throw first. Game on.
These are well thrown darts, these from
180.
Ricky Palmer. We have called him Tricky Ricky and at times Flicky Ricky.
41.
That was well thrown Ricky.
They might be calling him Perfect Palmer in a minute. Oh,
140.
clattered off the barrels.
See, he just doesn't fully commit to the throw sometimes, does he, Ricky?
96.
This is beautiful.
121.
Fantastic leg here from Ricky Palmer. He's just 60 after 9 darts.
60. Ricky requires 60.
Holder of the Southwest Regional Championship on the ADC.
Game shot on the fourth
He's 3-1
leg.
up
Ricky Palmer.
against Charlie Large.
Fifth leg, it's Charlie to throw first.
See how the expression is changing as well on
96.
Ricky Palmer here. When he starts to find it, when he starts to play well, he just starts to put the shoulders back a little bit. He's taking a drink with the
100.
elbow up. He's very expressive in his body language. Signs that he's getting really confident up there.
42. 140. 140. 41.
Well, there's been a pattern today in terms of the results. It's been 3-4-1s followed by 3-4-2s.
100.
Oh, you get a hat-trick of 4-3s in the middle of the day.
85. Charlie require 123.
Charlie Large may need to take this out to make that happen. Done the first bit. And the second double 9. Ah,
Game shot on the
beautiful,
fifth
beautiful
leg.
checkout. As
Charlie
easy
Large.
as 1, 2, 3 for Charlie Large.
Sixth leg, it's Ricky to throw first. Game on. $180.
What a game this is turning into.
180.
Just carrying each other along here. You do tend to find this in games when one player starts hitting, the other one goes with it.
78.
Palmer now running statistically at his best performance of the week. But Charlie is hitting everything.
139.
Hasn't played his best stuff this week, but we shouldn't forget that he made the World Youth Final, the World Boys Final in 2022 at the Lakeside, beat Leighton Bennett in the semis.
134.
Bennett, who now holds a 2 card to get there, lost out in that final to Bradley Roos, a former finalist here at the Super Series.
81. Ricky require 109.
This one's for the match. Charlie will feel that he deserves the opportunity here. Hit
44.
5 trebles out of his first 6
Charlie
darts.
require 101.
Treble 19. Not found, so Palmer is going to get a more realistic go at
53.
getting the
Ricky
game. It would
requires
only be
65.
his second win in this group. Got a victory in the very first game of the group.
25.
Ricky Palmer. He's lost every game
Charlie
since
required
then.
48.
And it may not change.
Game shot on the sixth
It
leg.
may not change at
Charlie
all because
Large.
Charlie Large has levelled. And for the first time today, we go to a last leg decider.
Seventh and final leg. It's Charlie to throw first. Game on. $59.
We haven't had a single
59.
post yet for these nicknames. It must be proving hard. Do get involved on social media. But Golden Knights fan has quite assertively said to you here, Matt, you must answer this
58.
question. You must. Why do companies only not manufacture points shorter than 30 millimeters? He said he hates long points as they screw up his release.
94.
Can you answer that?
No.
They all part of the service here at the MODUS Super Series.
100.
Yeah, when it comes to equipment, that's not my forte.
45.
We'll keep an eye on our YouTube over the next few days. We will maybe show some equipment that might work for you.
59.
There might be some nice short points coming up. You know it's a
47.
good video coming up when Kevin Painter was uncontrollably laughing at it.
83.
Plenty of bonus content coming your way here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Ricky Palmer does not like where his darts are,
100.
but he liked that one.
Charlie, you require 142.
That was an excellent dart, that, from Ricky Palmer, and gives him some hope. Might be an outside hope. But he has taken out a big finish. He's took out a 160,
53.
which is the same equation.
Ricky,
Two treble
require
20s and the double.
156.
Right, 60-60. Long way off.
45. Charlie, you require 89.
Treble 19 will be the target. Now 20 for the bull. Or that is even better. Double 5.
Game, shot,
Charlie Large
and
gets the win, and it
Charlie
disappears
Large.
away from Ricky Palmer once again. He's still without a win in his last 7 matches. Ricky Palmer won his first game of the group, but has lost the 7 that follow. Charlie Large takes the points in that one. He moves on to 6 points, but it is the top of the table tussle next that all eyes will be on. If Kevin Painter can beat Mark Dudbridge, he will be through alongside Flash. Stay with us.
Right then, a huge game up next as Kevin Painter takes on Mark Dudbridge, 2 players who know each other very well indeed, of course. And if the artist can pick up the points in this one, he will join Dudbridge at finals night. This was a really cracking contest yesterday, wasn't it? Painter fought his way back from 3-0 down to force a decider, but just couldn't find the level required to complete the comeback. Can Painter become the first player to defeat Flash this week to confirm his spot at finals night? Let's get back to our commentary team to find out.
First leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
It is game on. Many big matches between this pair, but this is the biggest they've played on the Super Series stage, no doubt. If Dudbridge wins it, you'd think that he can consider himself the group winner. If Painter wins it,
60.
he's going through to finals night alongside Flash Mark Dudbridge. This is going to be an eye-catching encounter, and the artist out for revenge as well. He did talk to Abby
40.
earlier on this afternoon said that he did feel that Durbridge was there for the taking. He'd started to drop off, but was disappointed with his performance in the last leg.
140.
Can he get in front of Durbridge this time and be the first to defeat the former world finalist, a fellow former world finalist in this group this week?
41.
You see, he wants it.
81.
Aggression all over the face of Kevin Painter. A defeat for Kevin, though, would still leave it open for Plumstead mathematically.
100.
Doesn't like the lie of the dart there, but there's not too many options here to leave a finish.
60.
And the choice was to try and open it up there, moving across the hockey. For Durbridge, does he now lose that intensity a little bit in the performance? He knows he's through.
100. Kevin, you require
Knows he's gonna be here
160.
On Saturday night with Christian de Boer. Likely to be
55.
with Kevin Painter. And then 3 players from our Group B campaign, which concludes tonight, starting at 9:45 p.m. Make sure you hit your subscribe button and your notification bells to know when we go
60.
live.
Kevin, you require 105.
Kicking off the action with 3-time World Championship runner-up Tony O'Shea.
Game shot on the first leg.
Kevin Painter kicks
Kevin
off
Painter.
the action here with a fine 3-figure finish, 105 out for the artist.
Second
get
leg,
the
it's Mark to throw
advantage.
first. Game on.
It's one of the first players to use that 105 route as well, Kevin. The 25 tops or ball 15 tops.
125.
He's always been one that's really been able to evolve and change with the times as the game goes forward, which is probably why he's had so much longevity within the sport as well as the
140.
game evolves and grows. Not many players have the sort of longevity that Kevin Painter's had, where they have a career spanning over 30 plus years. Just a fair few
58.
spring to mind. Steve Beaton, Mervyn King, Barneveld.
140.
Now, Phil Taylor fellow was around a while, wasn't he? It will be his last
180.
hurrah at the World Seniors. He'll play in his last World Championship of any kind next month. Kevin Painter beat him in his first Seniors World Championship,
135.
arresting some darting
Mark to
demons of his
require
own, and the scene where he
138.
lost that famous final. But Durbridge's max gives him a chance. That chance has gone, and Kevin Painter is poised to pounce.
The whole
55.
demeanour of Kevin
Kevin,
Painter, you'd think this was a World
86.
Championship final. It's a potentially 11 darter.
He's up for it,
Game
and
shot
he's
on
up
the
to
second
it,
leg.
Kevin Painter.
Kevin Painter.
And he's up by 2 legs against the, remember, unbeaten Mark Durbridge.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Averaging 100 is the artist.
95.
Just living every dart.
See the gulf between the pair. Yes, only 2 legs played, but that could be half the match. If
57.
Painter carries on at this level and Durbridge stays where he is.
Well, Durbridge has stayed where he is throughout his campaign so far. What he's got through with is brilliancy in the
100.
consistency around that sort of 86 to 90 mark, Mark Durbridge. His best so far has been a 91.43.
60.
Kevin Painter significantly over that and has also gone into another block. He's technically 3 darts ahead. Oh, in this fixture, he's 6.
59. $140.
Remember the game yesterday? Durbridge won the first 3 legs of the
140.
match, and then Painter hit back and forced the decider. Are we going to see Kevin Painter win the first 3 legs of the reverse fixture 24 hours later?
97. Kevin, you require 107.
He took out the 105 in the opening leg.
Game
And he
shot on the
adds the
third
107
leg.
to it. This
Kevin
is an
Painter.
absolute vintage Kevin Painter performance.
Fourth leg, it's Mark to throw
Another
first. Game
15
on.
dart leg. Just see the intensity that he's performing in this match. Victory here would guarantee his
140.
place on Saturday night. You mentioned yesterday, sometimes when
100.
Painter gets in that position where he feels he's got something to prove. And I feel that's where he was this year. He went to Q School to open up more possibilities for where he could play more darts.
100.
The last time Kevin Painter averaged in 3 figures was last September in a win, interestingly, against Ryan Palmer,
140.
brother of Ricky, from the same part of the world as Mark Durbridge.
Maybe he's got something against
100.
Bristol. I wonder if they might have beat his beloved Ipswich Town at some point.
It was
45.
a
Mark, you require
101.
161.
0.9 for Painter then. Durbridge though has got time on his side here, and he's going to play it straight. He's not going to go for the firework finish, and you can understand why.
$140. Mark, you require 32. No score.
Well,
Kevin, you require 76.
thought we might be seeing the story play out in reverse there, but rare to see Durbridge miss 3 at a double. And now Kevin Painter is going to get a dart to win this match 4-0. It would be an artist whitewash to defeat Durbridge.
Game,
And Painter
shot, and the
puts
match.
himself
Kevin Painter.
in finals night. An absolute masterpiece of a performance from the artist. Kevin Painter brushes Mark Durbridge, who is defeated for the first time in this group. But both of those players will be in action at finals night on Saturday here at the Super Series. Look at that average, 100.2 from Kevin Painter, rolling back the years with that performance. 4 out of 6 on the doubles as well, a 105 finish and a 107. And now all that remains to be seen is which one of this duo goes on to top the table. Painter in pole position. He'll be back in a couple of games' time. Before that, though, JT Davis takes on Stephen Plumstead.
Welcome back to the Super Series, where Kevin Painter has just become the first player to beat Mark Dudbridge in Group C with a fantastic performance, and in doing so has joined Flash in booking his spot at finals night. It does mean that JT Davis and Stephen Plumstead have just 3 more matches to play here in their debut week. Plumstead has just looked more and more comfortable as this week has gone on, and you feel he could be a player who, if he can get himself back here to the Super Series for another campaign, would show an even higher level now that he has experience and got himself used to the setup. Looking to record his 4th Group C win here in this one, and to talk you through the action, let's rejoin Chris and Matt.
Yeah, thank you, JT Davis. Just trying to leave something to talk about for those viewing stateside. Has given a decent account of himself, but hasn't maybe lived up to the kind of legacy left by the likes of Leonard Gates, Jacob Taylor, Danny Lauby, Alex Spellman here at the Super Series. Spellman back next week, of course, as well. But Matthew Edgar, keen to remind us that he is very, very new to this game. And while the same might not be said of Stephen Plumstead, he's new to this experience, isn't he?
He's taken to it really well. If you was to ask me before
41
the start of the week and said which one of the 2 players is going to handle the debut better, you'd go with JT Davies on the basis of what we've seen so far from the players out on the
100.
various circuits and tours for where they play their darts. But Stephen Plumstead, as Abby mentioned at the start, has been getting better and better as this has gone on. He was the 2nd best average of
47.
any player here yesterday, averaging 87.70, and he's raised it again today. This Group C campaign, he has well and truly fitted in with the expectations here at the Super Series. May even have slightly excelled some, certainly on the doubling.
60.
107 for Stephen Plumstead, who had another super outshot to his highlight reel.
75.
Couldn't quite reel it in.
$58. Stephen, you require 32. No score.
Too many, but doesn't really matter.
That's what he wanted in the first place, wasn't it? The double 16. We'll get another pop on it.
96. Stephen, you require 32.
Break the throw of JT Davies.
Game show on the first leg. Stephen Plumstead.
He's almost so expectant that he's actually annoyed with himself that it's took him 6 darts to get over the line
Second
now
leg,
at the
Stephen
double
to throw
16.
first. Game on. $100.
One thing he's really ironed out as the week's gone on is those trebleless visits. Much more consistent and much less in terms of the range of his performance
58.
as well when we look at the averages. He actually averaged 77
140.
in his Group A campaign. So he's put 10 points on the average across the 2 different groups.
$140. $121.
Good to see JT's board
57.
management coming
Stephen,
into
require 140.
play here, making sure he knows all the numbers. Sometimes when we see players from either from the States or joining us from
100.
Europe, and they play on like soft tip machines on a more regular basis, it does all the maths for you, and you tend to find that sometimes they don't quite have the translation to the steel tip and the numbers
Stephen,
and the
you require
counting.
40. Game shot on the second leg. Stephen Plumstead.
This is a very
Third leg, it's
one-sided
JT to
game at
throw
the moment.
first. Game on.
JT, no darts at the double and not even getting close at the moment.
$60. 100.
I almost feel like maybe 5 days was just a bit too long for JT Davis, and maybe if he did like a 2-day group, he could have kept that intensity in the performance that he had on Monday.
41.
Yeah, potentially. Long way to come, mine, for a couple of days.
81.
Now down to the final game as well at Milton Keynes, the first challenge tour of the year. A man who got no points at Q School. One of the most
180.
surprising results I saw, that was Daryl Pilgrim. He's in the final. And he'll be taking on Richie
41.
Burnett.
Well, that might just cushion the blow for Daryl Pilgrim, because he might end up with an even better year anyway. Might he win the first challenge tour, getting a load of the Pro Tours?
45.
Who knows, he might pick up a few more titles this weekend.
$97.
Challenge Tour 2 also underway. One player we know who won't
40.
be in the lineup for that, who was in the lineup for the first one, is Scott Walters. He'll be heading his way back to Portsmouth tonight to
43. JT
take part
require
in Group B, starting at 9:45 p.m.
You're never out of Group B. Scott Walters will know that, even though he lost all his matches. Remember, he's won all his matches in Group C before, then lost them all the next day and not qualified. Could he do the reverse tonight? Make sure you're tuned in.
49. Stephen, you require 139.
139 for Plumstead here. A long way off the treble, but he'll try and leave himself on tops.
99. JT, you require 86. $39. Stephen, you require 40. Game shot on the third leg.
Beautiful doubling
Stephen
again
Plumstead.
from Stephen Plumstead, putting himself a leg away from another victory up there on the Super Series stage.
Fourth leg, it's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, just 6 more matches to come in this group after this one. KP, Kevin Painter looking to top the table after defeating Dubbridge for the first time.
85.
Takes on Charlie Large. Then JT Davis returns for his penultimate victory against Ricky Palmer, still with only 1 win in this group. And then Dubbridge meets Steve Plumstead before Davis takes on
27.
Painter. Large meets Dubbridge and Palmer plays Plumstead in a repeat of the first match in the group, the one that Palmer actually won.
60.
You ever done that thing where you're just scrolling through results and you have to check because you're reading something that's not there?
Yeah, I did think, I was once looking at Pro Tours, I thought it said Matthew Egger had won a match. I had to
100.
double check that one.
Yeah, not for some years, that one. I was just scrolling through and I was sure I saw Ronnie Pickering 3 times and I'm like,
7.
what's he doing playing darts? It wasn't, it was Ronnie Rickner. But I kept reading it as Pickering.
$52.
You know who I am? People are starting to know who Stephen Plumstead is because
81.
he has really impressed. Plenty of positives to take away on the ferry this evening. I think his friends and family on the Isle of Wight should treat him to a
45.
right royal knees up.
$31.
I'm sure he'll be disappointed if he doesn't go home to a hero's welcome, Chinese takeaway
Extra prawn crackers.
118.
Well, JT Davis has just made things a little easier for Plumstead to win this one 4-0. No finish.
140.
The American.
$59. Stephen, you require 97.
Go for 4-0. Yep. No,
77.
long way away. Both, yeah,
JT
that far
require
away,
100.
Stephen. Both darts are double margin away.
$80. Stephen, you require
But he does
20.
come back. D10.
Game, shots,
And
the
there
match.
it is.
Stephen
The Battleship
Plumstead.
Sun and Plumstead. The fantastic Mr. Fox victory. 4-0 over JT Davis. That's something to hold on to. There you see an 80 average, 4 out of 12 on the doubles. Davis was a little bit below par in that one. Maybe losing a little bit of intensity now that he knows the game is up for him. But both players will have a couple more games to play. We've got 6 more coming for you. And the title race between Durbridge and Painter is on. Painter in action in a large match next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Stephen Plumstead has just completed a whitewash victory over JT Davis. Matt Edgar has joined me to discuss what we've seen so far this afternoon. Stephen Plumstead, I mentioned it prior to that match. He strikes me as someone who, if he's able to get himself back here to the MODUS Super Series for another campaign, he could produce an even higher level than what we've seen so far this week, learning all the time.
I would like to see him back here as well. What we've seen from him, he's developed all the way through. He's his average today, again, is up on yesterday, and that was 10 points better than what we saw of his Group A campaign. The doubles was always there in that Group A campaign. That's nothing new that we're seeing him taking out legs well. The trebleless visits, that's the bit that let him down. He was fine on the big scoring, he was fine on the outs. It's the sort of bit that blends everything together. He was a builder that turned up with bricks, nothing to cement them together.
Absolutely. Love the way you put that. As you could see there with the results, Mark Dudbridge has been defeated for the first time in Group C. Doesn't matter though, he'd already booked his spot at finals night. Kevin Painter was the player to get the better of Dudbridge, and this victory sealed his spot in finals night alongside Mark Dudbridge. It felt as well, he averaged a ton in that one, took 4 of his 6 darts at double out. It felt like not only did he want to reach finals night, he wanted to beat Dudbridge well in order to do so.
Look at his face. He was so determined, so aggressive in his performance. And that's when Kevin Painter plays his best, when he sort of feels like he's got a match to win or a point to prove. At the start of the show today as well, I said that I had a bit of a chat with Kevin yesterday. He said he'll get those first couple out of the way and then it's all guns blazing. And 100 average, that certainly backs up that point and backs up that statement. I'm really excited to see what he does at the back end of the day, because he's not the sort of player who'll go, oh, I'm through now, I'll take it off, I'll just sort of go up there and get through my fixtures. He's going to want to go through the card, win all these fixtures. He'll probably be looking to go better than 100 average rather than just sort of playing out the legs.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see confirmation then of our Group C table. Kevin Painter sits top at the moment, and that's something else he'll want as well, won't he? He'll want to finish above Mark Dudbridge in this group. Stephen Plumstead, Charlie Large, JT Davis and Ricky Palmer, they will be going home. Just 2 more matches for those players to complete. For Charlie Large, it's been a difficult campaign, hasn't it? He came here as a really late call-up to this Group C campaign after Lisa Ashton had to withdraw. JT Davis as well. He's come a long way. There was a lot of excitement surrounding JT Davis this week. Won 4 of his 5 matches on Monday in Group A. How do you think he'll reflect on this, and what do you hope he takes away from this campaign?
His first 4 matches as well, it started perfectly. He probably thought, what's the problem with this? This Super Series looks easy. Comes in and just sort of walks through the field, but it all went wrong from that point for him. The main thing I want him to do is go back and watch what was happened here. Listen to the things that are being said. There's even things that he could do that are just away from actually throwing the darts, just the way in which he breaks down a finish or goes for a certain shot. They're things that he can learn, and can learn very quickly, that just put a couple of % on the game. It might buy you an extra dart at the back end of legs. There's other things he's done. He's made little mistakes, but they're just heat of the moment things. And that comes with experience, where he's missing like a big number to set up a finish, or going for a double 10 and putting it into big 15, you know, coming quite a way off. So some of that's just experience and heat of the moment, but there are things that he can do just sat on the couch, just watching this back. There'll be things he can learn.
Right then, 6 more matches to be completed in Group C. Next up, it is Kevin Painter, who's already booked his spot in finals night, taking on Charlie Large.
Yeah, the artist now embroiled in a battle to win the group. Kevin Painter and Mark Dudbridge will go blow for blow. Painter has the advantage. That big win against Dudbridge means that he's now 6 legs clear of Flash and on course to top the group if both players just match each other in terms of results for the rest of the day. And they have been beating every other player in the group, so it will just depend on the margin of those victories. But a big deficit for Dudbridge to overturn now after that large win over the former world master from this man.
55.
The change of equipment for Charlie Large in the last fixture worked out really well for him. His best performance of the day so far. He's actually been going up in performance of around about 4 points in average, game on game. And
60.
you feel going to have to put another 4 points on here to be competitive with Kevin Painter, who, yes, he's through, but will want to top
99.
the group and will play every single game with that same level of intensity. He could be playing in the practice room now against Umworth and
95.
he'd play exactly the same.
Not with my antics, he wouldn't. But you're right, actually what you said before, he likes being wound
60.
up, doesn't he?
the best thing that could happen for Kevin is Charlie Large takes out 132 finish,
95.
gives it Large, and that'd just fire him up in this fixture.
He hasn't been shy, actually, on a couple of occasions over the years of pointing out to his opponent that he felt
100.
they were being disrespectful. Kevin Painter. Remember a match against Phil Taylor when Painter kept missing the bullseye during the game, and then Taylor, to win the game, had 50 left and
135.
went straight for it. Painter took exception with that. Or he took exception with Justin Pipe breakdancing after a match at the World Grand Prix once as well.
140.
About a young James
Kevin
Wade who went
requires
tops
61.
tops, which is now seemed to be the normal thing.
Kevin Painter's done it himself today. This is a normal thing as well on this particular route. 25 for double 18. That now becomes double 9 for the artist.
43.
Fails to find
Charlie
either.
required 44.
Disgusted look on his face. And Charlie Large can make him even more disgusted.
20. Kevin, you require 18.
I know he's the one that'll be feeling a little bit sick. Painter has options here, straight for double 9, or he can choose to split. Does choose to split. 2 for double 8.
$10. Charlie, you require 24. Game shot on the first leg.
Well, Painter
Charlie
missing his
Large.
opportunities. Large finally taking his. He has the lead against the league leader. And every
Second leg,
time a
it's
player
Charlie
goes
to
out
throw
against
first.
Kevin Painter, they're kind of playing for Mark Dudbridge now, aren't they, in terms of that race for first place, and the same applies the other way round.
57.
Large actually will have a big say because he has both of those players to play.
86.
He's took advantage of the missed opportunities from
93.
Kevin Painter in the opening leg, and that was a breaker throw.
100.
It's almost as if he takes offence to people winning against him, isn't it, Kevin Painter?
$140.
Plenty of darts to bring you today. It's the
60.
first of the final 6 this afternoon, but don't forget, back at 9:45 tonight for the conclusion of Group B, and I can tell you that won't be done so early. Just 2 points separating 4
41.
players in that one, and Scott Walters, who hasn't got any points, could still get through as well.
Makes that first game so important for Scott Walters. He's taking on Tony O'Shea,
100.
three-time runner-up at
Charlie required
Lakeside.
170.
This is one of them shots that
60. Kevin, you require
Kevin, you may only get one
75.
dart or double. If he hits it, expect like an ironic reaction.
$63. Charlie required 110.
Wayward there for Kevin, offering Charlie another opportunity here. But Kevin has been so
44.
good on his doubles so
Kevin, you
far
required
today.
12.
Has not been able to hit any with 7 darts so far in this fixture.
Game shot on the second leg. Kevin Painter.
Deep breath and exhale there from
Third leg, it's Kevin to
Kevin
throw
Painter.
first. Game on.
doubles so far for Kevin. 4 from 10, 4 from 6 and 4 from 6. Winning 12 legs in just
60.
22 darts at the double.
Well, you mentioned
96.
Matthew Edgar, the experience, the longevity of Kevin Painter, but what about the throw itself? How much has that changed over the years?
Not too much.
97.
Throws evolve and little changes happen, but Kevin's has been very, very similar all the way through. He's one of the players that have
58.
longevity, despite the fact having quite a bit of movement in the throw. See how the sort of back leg lifts off the floor. You don't tend to find people
58.
that have that sort of movement, have that sort of longevity. So this shows the hard work that Kev puts in to keep it so finely tuned. When you think about those players that have got
93.
longevity, it's normally the people who have the most picture-perfect throws, like a Barneveld, a Beaton.
95.
Yeah, Steve Beaton, of course, is going to begin his final season as a professional. And the Pro Tour
140.
gets underway next month. So we could be seeing Steve here next year. Who knows? He fancies the odd week here and there.
133. Charlie require 114.
Good dart to give himself one at top. And
74.
it's over the top, and Kevin Painter will
Require 58.
get himself two at that target as long as he hits the single 18, which he does.
Game shot on
Yeah,
the
very
third
nicely
leg.
done from Kevin Painter, taking charge against Charlie Large.
Fourth leg, it's Charlie to
He
throw
needed
first.
that as well, didn't he? Just to get the leg won with no faffing.
58.
Just caused a bit of drama in this one. Could have been 3-0 up. And that's how he sees the game as well. He's had those opportunities he expects of himself.
180.
Well, you said, and he said he was going to explode. He was going to kick
59.
on all-out attack, Kevin Painter. Showcased that in that win against Mark Durbridge. And he kicks off with the maximum. Got to put young Charlie Large in his
80.
place here. Now we're going to see some more magic darts from the former world finalist, former Premier League player, former Players' Champion, no less.
81.
It's one of those unusual things with Kevin, isn't it? Because that 2004 World Championship
140.
final run was so good and that final was so iconic that actually when he's described, he is described as the World Championship runner-up rather than a TV champion.
95.
It's just
Kevin
so big,
require
isn't it, the World
101.
Championship? It'd be interesting to have that discussion, which is a greater achievement, and at what point, at which tournaments do the scales tip?
49. $58. Kevin, you require 52.
Double top.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Kevin
Kevin
Painter.
Painter carries on, dishing out the punishment.
We also have our
Fifth
first
leg, it's Kevin to
result
throw
at the
first.
Challenge Tour. We know our first
Game
winner.
on.
And the man who's picked up the first Challenge Tour title of 2024, Richie Burnett.
Wow. Congratulations to the
140.
Prince of Wales.
5-4 victory over Darryl Pilgrim, the record holder of the average here at the Super Series. Got the
134.
gold and silver medal, I believe, in that category.
$44.
Challenge Tour 2 underway. We'll be keeping an eye on how things go there. Brian Raman currently in action. He'll be here next week as well. Alex Spellman
97.
about to close out a fixture. Another player you're going to see here next week. And that's what you'll probably see quite a lot of the players that are very highly performing on the Challenge Tour.
125.
He'll be here at the Super Series. Kevin Painter himself will be taking part in some Challenge Tour
60.
action this year. Went to Q School with the intentions of getting a bit more competition. He may be getting much more competition if he can keep the level going
140.
that he is showing here. He may find himself in Champions Week.
$40.
The Painter
Kevin,
to
you
pull
require
further. This will be a really
52.
good win for his leg difference again as well. He's looking every inch a Group C champion. Double top. We'll see the win here.
12. Charlie
He'll
require
return for it unless Charlie
170.
Large takes out his second big fish finish of the week.
100. Kevin, you require 40. 20.
Clattered
Charlie, you require
off the equipment
70.
with that last start. Misses. Another handful of chances to get this match wrapped up.
Game shot on
And
the
that
5th leg.
Will
Charlie
be
Large.
the ultimate annoyance there for Kevin Painter, who would have felt that it was all
6th leg. It's Charlie
undone.
to throw first.
Couldn't get the final dart in the double. 3 from 17 on the doubles. Significantly
57.
lower return rate. In fact, he's nearly thrown as many darts in this fixture as he has across the first 3.
And again, it just gives
82.
that leg difference a little boost towards Mark Durbridge. It's still looking good. If Painter wins this, he'll be 8 clear. But
96.
every leg he loses just gives Durbridge a chance to respond. If they both win, at the moment, it looks like it's going to be Painter who's going to win the group. But I don't want to be winning the games too tight,
60.
allowing Mark Durbridge to start to claw that back.
He doesn't want drama either or any negativity. Just wants to go through to Saturday night with positivity and positivity only.
180.
May not yet win the match. Charlie Large has suddenly found something. Pacey throw this from Kevin
140.
Painter.
Frustration, that is. That's all that is. Frustration. He knows he shouldn't be on that stage now. He's
60.
had plenty of opportunities to get this one won.
Look at this. Fast into the hockey and chucking the darts at speed as well. Shuffling across this time, just delaying that
59.
delivery
Charlie
of the
require
darts.
108.
Does leave himself a finish with the careful counting. But Charlie Large may take out a ton topper. Double 16.
Game shot on the 6th
Oh, yes.
leg. Charlie Large.
Is Charlie Large going to spring a surprise and hand this group to Mark Durbridge?
7th and final leg. It's Kevin to throw first.
Well, no
Game
engagement between the two players. Where do you stand on that? Do you think there should be a handshake, a fist bump
41.
before a last leg, or do you think it belongs before the match?
Yeah, I'm not fully bought into that, to be honest.
I think if I was a darts player,
On.
I was in
137.
that situation, if the other player wasn't looking like they were going to offer it, I would go and offer it really deliberately. And if they did offer it, I would blank them totally.
119.
Good recovery there for Kev. 4 stray darts before finding the 2 in the 19s.
48. 100.
Feel like this is a big game here for Charlie Large, or a big moment, despite the fact he can't do anything in terms of the group. But in terms of that journey and that continuum of his development, the victory over Kevin Painter would be
42.
a sizable one. Despite opening up with a big 137, backed it with a couple of 40 visits.
40.
Finding the balance here, if Charlie Large can find a couple of trebles.
140.
And he has found a couple of trebles.
$93. Charlie, you require 134.
Can he find a couple more?
$94. Kevin, you require 108.
He's the treble. The double 16. The finish Charlie Large just taken out against Kevin Painter.
92.
He can't
Charlie, you require
return.
40.
I'm going to say a little surprise here. Is Charlie Large going to spring one? He
Game,
does.
Shot,
He
and the
defeats
match.
Painter,
Charlie
shaking the head from the
Large.
artist. He's already through. He can afford a smile, but that will hurt on the inside. He wanted to go on and win the group, and now that's out of his hands, because if Mark Dudbridge wins his last 2 fixtures, he will be crowned the champion of Group C. Kevin Painter, after missing 15 darts at double, goes down 4-3 to Charlie Large. Coming up after the break, Ricky Palmer takes on JT Davis.
Yeah, get your tickets and come and join us here at the Super Series for finals night tomorrow evening. We look forward to seeing many of you in attendance. Back here in Group C, Ricky Palmer and JT Davis are up next in game 11 of 15 this afternoon. The American came through a decider when the two met yesterday. Palmer did miss a dart at tops to take it. Nothing riding on this one, but both will want to give a good account of themselves in their remaining 2 matches. So to see who picks up the points in this one, let's get back to Matt and Murph.
Thank you, Abby. Yeah, let's see if Palmer can double his points tally in this group, or whether JT Davis can get his first win of the day. Neither player has tasted victory here on Friday. I think both players will have started the day a little bit flat, knowing there's not really anything to play for other than a bit of pride, bit of experience, but have both shown in flashes what they can do, just haven't
140.
maintained it for a significant period of time, not enough to win a match anyway.
$100.
And it gets harder and harder and harder to win a game the more you keep losing.
140. $100. 96.
Have we had many more responses to our requests for nicknames for the players? These two are the players that are nicknameless. The other one's Stephen
57.
Plumstead and
Ricky require
Charlie Large. We're
125.
trying to find names for them on our social
No,
media.
not much. Not much coming in. No imagination from our social media followers so far today.
Game
That
shot on
was
the
very
first
imaginative
leg.
from Ricky Palmer. Takes out a fantastic 1-2-5.
Second leg, it's JT to throw first. Game on.
JT was the one I was struggling with. I managed to get one for Stephen Plumstead with Foxy. The big stuff, Charlie Large.
100.
Tricky Ricky. But really struggling with JT.
100. 59.
Yeah, do get involved, get in touch.
43. 121. 60. 120.
Both players really finding the best starts here, a rise in performance, and does that come down to the fact that
85.
there
JT
is now
require
no longer
101.
any scoreboard pressure as such in terms of the league table? It's become a
69.
little bit easier to play a bit more free. But with that brings its own frustration, because the more you then start playing well, the more you think, why can't I have done this before?
99. JT require 32.
16 for JT Davis to level this one. Earlier in the week, he was mustered on this target.
Game shot on the second
pins
leg. JT Davis.
Next best thing.
Third leg, it's Ricky to throw first. 140. 39. 134. 121. 82. 57. Ricky require 145.
Can Ricky find something big here? No, he's wayward. It's happened a few times on big checkouts. Maybe really fancy. Maybe that's what he's
85.
thinking now. Want to do something special and just push and pull the dart a little bit, trying to force it.
$140. Ricky requires 60.
Something simple now for Palmer. Only just actually in the 20, that. Probably lucky to be getting a second dart at double here,
Game
but he's
shot on the
taken that
third
chance
lay.
and leads
Ricky
2-1.
Palmer.
Speaking of second chances, it's the second
Fourth leg,
chance
it's
for
JT to
people
throw first. Game on.
the Challenge Tour today to pick up a title on the opening day. 2 in a day. Richie Burnett, the man who won the first one, has just gone 3-1 up against
57.
Geoffrey Heath.
$60.
Robert Thornton, 2-1 down, a man who's opted to go to Q School in order to try and get on the Challenge Tour, to get more active darts. Is a player who
100.
struggled to get through a Saturday night here and get himself into Champions Week. Maybe that extra competitive play might be the bit of the puzzle that's missing to help him get over the line.
50.
He'll certainly feel that's the case. You'll see many of our regulars from the Super Series. Shane McGurk, though,
44.
he's a real developing talent at the moment. We've seen him qualify down here for Saturday night. Just averaged a
56.
101.55. Very excited to see him back here at the Super Series.
$60. $42.
Andy Hamilton just gone out as well. Remember
40.
the story of last week when Q School was on. Andy Hamilton played the first part of Q School, then came here to the Super Series, got through to Saturday night, went up to
133.
the MK Arena for one day of Q School on the Sunday, didn't get through. He's now on the Challenge Tour, but he's just gone out 5-1 to Adrian Gray, the Conqueror.
140.
The nickname
Ricky
after
Rickey, 160.
Taking Phil Taylor out of the World Grand Prix. Remember the interview well. They interviewed him on the broadcast and they went back to his hotel room and his bags was packed. He checked out the hotel,
56.
went and played
JT
Taylor
Rickey,
Wood and then
60.
needed to find somewhere to stay.
Looking for the filling in the sandwich.
Game shot on the
There it
fourth
is.
leg.
Nice and
JT
tasty as well.
Davis. Fifth leg, it's Ricky to throw first. Game on.
Scott Walters also taking part in the Challenge Tour today. He only played the morning session because he's going to be back here tonight at the Super
93.
Series. He's in our opening game taking on Tony O'Shea. 9:45 p.m. We'll be live on Sporty Stuff TV and on the Super Series
131.
YouTube channel. If you are watching on the Super Series YouTube channel and your mind's like mine and you're very forgetful, the easiest thing to do is just hit the subscribe button
100.
and the notification bell. And your device will do all the remembering for you.
Seen the angle of entry of the darts for these two players who will be bowing out at the
97.
end of this week. Very flat from JT Davis. That gives him the ability to go up or under. Whereas Ricky Palmer will find it hard to get above a dart like that, which is why he switches.
95.
Spinning flights on there as well.
59.
Is it right that the people use them because they kind of just push the other flight out of the way rather than just
100.
flick off them so rigidly and maybe divert into another segment?
Well, if you think about the impact that the two flights are going to have together, if they're a very locked position, the impact of that's going to cause sort of the movement through the
44.
dart and
Ricky
onto the point
required
side of the dart.
113.
Whereas when there's some movement in there, just tempted to, does he go for the ball, does he not?
63. JT required 170.
I mean, the bullseye's still an option.
Well, Davis would love to be going for it himself after 2 darts here. That won't be the case. Not to finish the leg anyway.
105. Ricky required 50. $18. JT requires 65.
Double top then for 3-2.
45. Ricky required 32.
Double 16 for 3-2 to Palmer instead.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Ricky Palmer. 6th leg, it's JT to throw first. Game on.
He gets the advantage and is now 1 away. Remember, from his first win of the day and his first win since the
76.
very first match yesterday.
$140. $140.
4 more fixtures still to come your way. Mark Dudbridge will be in 2 of those. So has the
140.
opportunity to still win this group. Who will be taking on Stephen Plumstead and Charlie Large. Erin Painter and JT Davies. And then Plumstead and Ricky Palmer to close the action.
127. $80. JT required 158. $58. Ricky required 141.
It's on. That's a fine effort. Big 20 would leave him top, so kind of a happy accident if
101.
JT Davies is not able to
JT
take out the
required
100.
100.
But choices. You have seen him use the 16s at times in this situation. We're staying up.
40.
And Palmer
Ricky
a dart
required
away
40.
from the points.
Game, shot, and the match.
Ricky Palmer
Ricky
gets
Palmer.
over the line in the end. That's his second victory of his campaign. He won his first game and went on an almighty losing run, which has come to an end with an average of nearly 90. A very good, solid performance there for Ricky Palmer, who relegates JT Davies now to the bottom end of the table. But our attention swiftly moves to the top of the table. Can Mark Dudbridge get himself back on top place? He's coming up next against Stephen Plumstead.
So, completing our penultimate round of fixtures this afternoon, Mark Dudbridge and Stephen Plumstead. Dudbridge put in a superb performance in this contest yesterday, averaged 91.5 and was 4 from 6 on the doubles. Limited Plumstead's chances at the back end of legs, which he needed to because he himself was 2 from 2 in that department. Dudbridge, of course, suffered his first Group C defeat last time out. He is already through to finals night. Can he return to the top of the table with a win here? Let's get back to the chaps in comms to find out.
Yeah, when Kevin Painter beat Mark Dudbridge, it looked like it would be Painter that would be taking P1 and the gold medal at the end of this group. But that surprising defeat to Charlie Large for Painter has put it back in
First
Dudbridge's
leg,
hands.
it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
Steve Plumstead out for a couple more matches. He'll play Dudbridge here. Chance to make a name for himself, maybe, by beating the favourites top this group. And then he'll play Ricky Palmer in the last match. Palmer, of course, has just got his first win of the day and his second of the campaign. His first came against Steve Plumstead.
$97. $135.
Plumstead, he'll be eyeing up that third position now. That's not a qualifying place. It would be if he was in Group B tonight. Top 3 go through that one. They will make our 6-player lineup. Christian de Boer, the Group A winner. He's already through. Joined by Kevin Painter and Mark Dudbridge. In what order? We are yet to determine. And 3 from the 5 players tonight. Scott Walters got the almighty task, though. He's going to have to win every single fixture.
132.
You almost feel tonight's 3 from 4 rather than 3 from 5.
Good 92.
Darts, good setup, good leave, but Dudbridge has been magnificent in this department of his game. Even better than old Stevie P himself.
56.
Can't locate the bullseye though, so Plumstead will get to go at tops to take the first leg against the throw.
Game shot on the first leg. Stephen Plumstead.
There'll be something else for him to take away. He's got a lot to take away from this week so far, Stephen Plumstead. But
game on.
he could get a victory here against Mark Dudbridge. That would make the sleeping in the train station, the
44.
2:30 a.m. getting homes all feel worthwhile.
By the way, if you want to repeat what Stephen Plumstead has done and make it onto the stage here at the MODUS Super Series, you can do that yourself. Any amateur player can go and play at an ADC event, that's the amateur dart circuit, and
45.
start to make your way into these tournaments. All the information available at uk.dartcircuit.com. Information
58.
about how to qualify for the MODUS Super Series on that page. And also for players in Europe. Budding darters, we do have an association
95.
with ADC Europe as well. We get a couple of players every week from there.
140.
I've seen some great stories as well through that ADC partnership, the likes of Adam Warner going on to qualify as an unknown and then win.
26.
And then win a tour card. The back of that confidence, off the back of that prize money that he picked up here.
$131.
Biggest success story so far of the university dart scene, Adam Warner.
75. Mark, you require 32. Game shot on the second leg. Mark Dudbridge. Third leg, it's Mark to throw
leveling
first.
this one.
Game on.
13 dart response to losing the opening leg.
48. 100. 100. 100.
Charlie Corstefin, the referee, calling out the scores and keeping an eye on any shenanigans. Although we haven't seen any. The ultimate professional, fully focused at all times, Charlie Corstefin.
49.
Except when it comes to doing the washing up.
$55. 94. 114.
'Full focus still from Mark Durbridge as well, and that's good to
60.
see.
Stephen, you require
Not like he's just
132.
got through and then gone through the motions. He looks determined to make sure he's top. Is he going to fit another one in there? He does.
Game
Oh,
shot
what
on
a
the
shot
third
that
leg.
is.
Stephen
Perfection
Plumstead.
from Plumstead. An absolutely brilliant checkout and something to smile about as well.
Fourth leg,
Fantastic
it's
stuff.
Stephen to throw
Bull,
first.
bull,
Game on.
double 16. And it wasn't easy, that second bullseye. If I was him,
100.
I'd get that clip put on a USB stick and stick it in the TVs, play it all the way home on the ferry tonight. And he can't stop smiling about it. Look at him.
100.
Look at his little face.
$100.
And sometimes when you do a shot like that and you're really happy and proud of it, it can almost like make it trickier to play well in the next leg. Because you almost got too much adrenaline and excitement going through the body.
140. 95.
It was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
$60. 92.
Just continues with that upwards trajectory in his performance, doesn't he, Stephen Plumstead? Just getting better and better the longer this campaign goes.
139.
Who wants to be back for another week,
Stephen,
and I'm
require
sure that will be
114.
considered by the selectors, whoever they are.
28. Mark, you require 62.
Treble 10, the first target for Dubbridge. Gets a 30 and 2 darts for double 16.
30. Stephen, you require 86.
The ball.
47.
Well, he got
Mark,
the
you require 32.
line, right? He just hooked it to the left.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Mark
The
Dubbridge.
breaker throw continues to be the case. Studbridge now reinstalled as
Fifth leg,
favourite
it's
to
Mark
win this
throw
match.
first. Game on.
Reinstalled as favourite to win the group.
$100.
3 games to go after this. JT Davis's final fixture of the week. his debut week at the Super Series, comes against Kevin Painter,
140.
who will be hoping Plumstead can win this match. Durbridge bows out against Charlie Large, and then Plumstead plays Palmer in the final game of the group.
134.
Final games of the group stages occur tonight, 10 of them from 9:45 UK
60.
time. Live here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel and for viewers in the UK and Ireland on Sporty Stuff TV. And the action will get underway with a meeting between Scott Walters, who didn't pick up any
59.
points last night, and Tony O'Shea, who managed 2 wins at the end of the evening. Tim McEwen and Moreno Michaels play the second match. They're tied at the top on 6 points apiece.
41.
Plenty to play for in that group before finals night on Saturday, 7:30. The action gets underway live here on the Super Series YouTube channel before Sporty Stuff TV viewers can join us at 10 for the semis
44.
and final. And we will see who will win week 9.
$76. Mark, you require 164.
Level 18. Would have left the ball.
96.
I get the feeling in this situation he may have gone for it. We have seen him just set up shots before. But I think with qualification already in the bag, we may have seen him try for the
100.
fanfare finish.
Mark, you require 68.
Particularly after his opponent had already had one in this game. The brilliant 1-3-2 from Plumstead. Simple double top on offer for
Game
Mark
shot on the
Durbridge, and he
fifth
finds it
leg.
as he so
Mark
often does.
Durbridge.
Plumstead doesn't know where to put his face.
Sixth
Wherever
leg,
he puts it, he's still smiling.
Game on.
Really enjoyed the experience. I've enjoyed watching it as well here for Plumstead.
58.
We see people come here with ideas and, oh, I'm going to enjoy it, I'm going to do this. And then when the negativity starts, it sort of changes the whole demeanour.
Is it touching?
140.
It was. Anything that Mark Durbridge touches turns to gold at the moment. Charlie Corsafine made to work. Stephen Plumstead finds another reason to smile.
$48.
Yeah, you don't have to actually penetrate the board, just the point has to be touching the fascia. It was just resting on the dart that was already in place.
140.
Plumstead's loving it.
He's loved it since he turned up here on Monday morning.
43.
Living his darting dream. He's been through a real experience.
125.
Picking up a couple of wins on Monday. Only one on Tuesday.
100.
2 more.
Mark, you require 96.
On Wednesday. A couple yesterday. And he's looking for his best day of the week today.
80.
But Mark Durbridge is going to force him to win his last match against Ricky Palmer if he is going to do that.
97. Mark, you require 16.
8 would return Mark Durbridge to the top of the table. That's
Game,
where he's going.
shot, and the match.
He's going to
Mark
finals night
Durbridge.
as well. Plumstead ready to get off the stage. Durbridge has just been too good for him. An average of 93.33 in that latest victory for Flash. 50% on the doubles as well. Stephen Plumstead was really good on the outer ring himself and the inner ring. Bull, double 16 for that spectacular 1-3-2 shot. Something for him to hold on to. He's got one more game to play, as has Mark Durbridge, and he now has one hand on first place in Group C. The only man that can stop him is Kevin Painter, and he plays JT Davis next.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Mark Dudbridge return to the top of the Group C table with a victory over Stephen Plumstead. But Plumstead again was plum when it came to the Dublin. We were talking about how much he has to take away from this campaign here at the Super Series. Well, now he has something else from that last match against the 2005 World Championship finalist Mark Dudbridge with that sublime 1-3-2 checkout. And you could see after he'd pinned that just how much it meant to him. He could not stop smiling after taking out that sublime checkout. Here's confirmation of the results. We have seen one more round of fixtures to bring you here, and now all that is left to be determined is whether it'll be Mark Dudbridge or Kevin Painter who finish top of the Group C table. We did see, of course, Charlie Large get the better of Kevin Painter last time out. Painter missing 15 darts at double in that one before Charlie Large claimed the victory, and that match there could be significant in determining who finishes top of the league standings. Will it be Dudbridge or will it be Kevin Painter? Painter needs to claim victory in his final match to have any chance of doing so, and he's up against JT Davis now. So let's get back to our commentary team.
Yeah, Painter will need to win this one if he is to have a chance of topping the table. And it will mean something to Kevin Painter. Every darts match means something to Kevin Painter. And Mark Dudbridge will then take on Charlie Large, a man who's put Painter in this position, beating him with that game you just saw, 4-3. A couple of games
First
ago.
leg, it's JT to throw first. Game on.
Good respect between the pair. JT Davis has the darts for the final time this week. Plenty for him to take back to America and work on. We've mentioned some of the counting. Maybe just managing his
47.
practice a little bit as well. We've seen flashes of what he can do, but just no real consistency of excellence.
60.
As for Kevin Painter, well, once again, he's made it through to finals night. He keeps doing it.
We want to end with a bit of a bang, though. You won't want to feel like it's all gone downhill
41.
since that Dudbridge victory, where he did average 100. He's second player this week to average 100, following Christian de Boer in Group A.
180.
He'd be frustrated that he lost that game to Charlie Large because he was 3-1 up. He had 2 chances with the throw. Missed a fair few darts at double to
81.
get it wrapped up, and he may take that out on JT Davies here.
85. 78. 78. 134. Kevin, you require 98.
16.
66.
We've got
JT require
Kevin
120.
right back on track after the disappointment of the missed doubles against Charlie Large. The treble 20 here for JT Davis. Would have given him a dart of tops.
78. Kevin, you require
Instead,
32.
Kevin Painter returns to the hockey to get the breaker throw that he'll need if he's going to move on for this fixture. Shows you what he thought of that first dart. And he won't be happy with darts 2 or 3 either.
42.
More missed opportunities here for Kevin Painter. 4 darts to break the throw of JT Davis.
$24.
We'll
Kevin,
get
you
more.
require 16.
That could be awkward. Might be far enough out of the way, but he's attracted to it. He's going to have to shuffle across, surely.
No score.
Attracted to that one as
JT
well.
require 18.
Magnetic misfiring from Kevin Painter. JT Davis can't believe he's getting
Game
another
shot on the
look.
first
Can't believe
leg.
his look.
JT Davis.
Kevin Painter thinks, how's your look?
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Equally, I think all these players that know they're bowing out will be determined to sign off with victories as well. It's a different feeling walking out of a venue having won
60.
your last match, isn't it? Whatever went on before.
Especially on debut. But some of the more experienced campaigners, I don't think they see it the same way. It's when you come here with that expectation,
81.
you're disappointed regardless if you win your last 2, 3, 4 games. If you don't go through, you leave with a disappointment.
96.
But when you're here on debut, when you didn't come here with that expectation, you came with hope. You sort of, yeah, you take as many
45.
positives. Oh, at least I won that. At least I finished third in the table. At least I didn't finish bottom. All the different stories that you tell yourself as you leave the venue to pick out the positivities.
180.
And they scored 2 scores of a ton or more, Kevin, but they've both been maximums, 180s.
All or nothing
58.
from the artist at the moment.
$45.
That's testament to nothing. I think the word was how from Kevin Painter. How can you hit a 180 and then only manage to muster up 45?
That'll be the exact thought pattern.
131.
It happens so often for Kevin. He'll hit a 180, then not follow it in, and it frustrates him. He almost expects it now. He gets that frustration from the
42.
very first dart.
Well, he's getting away with it in this leg so far, but Davis could appear in his review mirror.
$43. Kevin,
Can't
you
really
require
manage to do that.
78.
He's on the finish, but it's a big one, a tough one. And after a great visit and then 2 scruffy ones, you'd expect Kevin Painter to then get this right.
58.
And almost did.
JT required 143. $19. Kevin, you required 20.
Well, needs an ace act of escapology here, Kevin Painter.
10.
You can see what he was aiming for,
JT
a small
required
portion of that double.
124.
Big ask for JT. Needs to find a treble 18 to give himself a dart at the ball.
99. Kevin, you required 10.
Quizzical look on Kevin Painter's face. He's now missed 11 darts
Game
at
shot
double
the
in this
second
game.
leg.
Puts an end
Kevin
to that
Painter.
unwanted trend and gets the match level. Remember, still harbouring hopes of topping the table here,
Third leg,
Painter.
it's JT to throw
He
first.
will return
Game
to the
on.
summit if he wins this match, but will then be hoping Charlie Large can do him a favour against Mark Dubbridge. If he loses the game, it is second place
80.
for Painter.
And that trend continues at any ton plus score that Kevin Painter can muster are maximums.
60. $140.
Well, he got the maximum, the third of the match, and then managed to find his first ton 40, Kevin
44.
Painter. So here comes the 45.
$91.
Thought better of it. Good last start from Painter. Good leg from the artist. He will have options when he returns on the 90. Unlikely to go the 2020 bull route with
41.
Davis out of
Kevin, you
finishing
required
range.
90.
May even start on the bull. 18s it was.
50.
He outscored JT in the opening leg when JT had the throw, and he wasn't able to get over the line. Looks like he's going to have significantly more time here, though, Kevin Painter.
140.
One from
Kevin,
12
you require 40.
on the doubles.
Game shot on the third leg. Kevin Painter.
Should make him feel better. Also the last start, but functionality didn't allow JT Davies
Fourth leg,
back
it's
to the
Kevin to
hockey.
throw first.
So
Game
starting
on.
to assert himself in this fixture.
Been a very good group
100.
campaign from Kevin Painter. Probably looked more comfortable than I think I've seen him look in any campaign at the Super Series. Not just in terms of table position, that hasn't really been threatened since
83.
early yesterday, but just his old demeanour. Yeah, he's had his moments, but it hasn't spilled over at any time.
40.
The fact that he hasn't started to tinker with the equipment either.
$140. 40. $80.
He did the hard bit, Kevin Painter, getting the breaker throw. These sort of scenarios frustrate him when you've got that break.
I think something else frustrated him then as well. That's Stephen Plumstead walking across the stage.
85. $94. 140. JT required
Give him a chance to rescue the
104.
leg. JT, it's in his hands. 44 left. Options. And he's done it again. He's done this so often throughout his campaign and in Group A. Just missing the big number. And
76.
offers the opportunity here
Kevin,
to
you
Kevin
required
Painter to
96.
compound the misery.
Brilliant dart.
Game shot on the
Excellent
fourth
arrows
leg.
from Kevin Painter.
Fifth leg, it's JT to throw first. Game on. $97.
That down in one for the water, I think there, wasn't it, for Kevin Painter?
$44.
God, I hope JT Davies doesn't start coming back at him, or he might be asking to borrow his water.
Maybe that was a bit of a
125.
big boy play as well. Just to say to Dave, this is over, pal. I don't need anything else to drink. This is done.
140.
Just commands the stage. When we looked at the table there, he was commanding the table as well.
85.
JT Davis stuff just in one little corner. Kevin Painter's right in the middle.
It's an old Phil Taylor trick that he used to open his case out so he like filled the entire
57.
thing. If you opened yours out, he'd close it and put his in the way.
He used to actually throw his opponent's stuff off the stage, didn't he, Phil Taylor, at times? I think it was a flight that
134.
he got rid of James Wade's, a towel of Corey Cadby's.
James Wade actually asked for the flight back, didn't he?
Had to get passed up from the audience via security.
85. JT
Kevin Painter might need to go to
60.
the bar in a moment and turn the tap on, because JT Davis might be about to elongate the encounter, and that is a perfect dart
Game
for
shot on
him.
the fifth leg.
Squeeze it in the top
JT
corner.
Davis.
And look what I've got, Kevin.
Sixth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on. 134.
Could do with one of those like really big bottles, couldn't he? Like you get for Christmas.
45. 97. 81. 125.
Not long left in this one, you feel. Kevin Painter. Good 200 points ahead. Nothing JT can do. That will hand over then to Mark
60.
Dudbridge.
Kevin, you require
Coming up next
145.
against Charlie Large in a game that would decide the group.
$95.
You reckon Kevin Painter might do the thing that disgusted him all those years ago? We spoke about it earlier when Phil Taylor went straight for the bull to win a match against him.
137. Kevin, you require 50.
Doesn't play those kind of tricks.
20.
I wish he had. Coming back for an awkward double.
Reminder, he was 3-1 up against Charlie Large and was in this same sort of situation and wasn't able to take it.
56.
Ended up losing the match.
Kevin, you require 30.
Double 4.
26.
Hasn't won this match yet.
JT require 122.
1-2-2 for JT Davis. I believe he had this checkout in his very first leg of the week. Not going to get it again.
So another chance for Painter. He's
74.
had 22 darts at a double in this match.
Kevin, you require 4. 2.
Locked out.
JT, you require 48.
Missed the entire scoring segments on the board. Denies himself a dart at double.
32.
Still got 1. Now Kevin
you
Painter
require 2.
needs double 1. It's not the way he would have wanted to end his Group C campaign. It's been a glorious campaign, but it ends in the madhouse.
Game,
And that's
shot,
what Painter
and the match.
pins. A
Kevin
4-2
Painter.
success for Kevin Painter that returns him to the top of the table temporarily. The artist is on 16 points. Just 2 defeats in the group for him. And missed loads of doubles in that match. Not the way you would have wanted to end the campaign, but it's a campaign that does end with Kevin Painter going through to finals night. Whether he wins the group or not, well, that depends on whether or not Mark Dudbridge beats Charlie Large. That's coming next.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where I'm now joined by one of our players who is going to be involved in finals night yet again. Kev Painter, you played really, really well right up until that crucial match against Mark Dudbridge, and then you produced your best performance yet.
Yeah, really pleased with the way I played against Mark. Yeah, it was a vital game. Obviously, I didn't want to lose to Mark anyway, let him run away with the group. But yeah, happy to win that game, yeah.
It's quite an interesting one, though, isn't it? Because we were just talking before we went live. That was an incredible performance, 4 out of 6 on the outer ring. But then your 2 matches after that really struggled to produce that same level. Do you think it was just the natural drop-off, having done what you'd needed to qualify for tomorrow?
Yeah, probably. I felt when I beat Mark, I felt like I was probably through the group. And without looking at the actual figures on that, I probably felt like I was through. A little bit of a come down. Take nothing away from Charlie there. He hit his doubles when it mattered. But yeah, I just didn't hit anything really against him.
But taking those 2 matches out of the equation, is this the most comfortable you felt throughout the MODUS Super Series campaign?
Yeah, I'm playing really well and enjoying it. You know, as I said earlier, got myself a decent set of darts to throw with. Feel quite comfortable with them. So there's obviously things you can improve on, but no, I'm pleased with the way it's going. Yeah.
Are you quietly confident that you can make a bit of a mark, make a bit of an impression tomorrow night?
Yes, I am, because normally when things are stacked against me and the pressure's on me, I do tend to battle quite well. Even, say for instance, someone's on great form, I can tend to get stuck into that a bit. So yeah, I'm quietly confident. Yeah.
Very best of luck tomorrow night. We look forward to seeing you back in action.
Thanks,
we
Evan.
do, of course, still have 2 more matches to be completed. So let's get back to the guys in comms to get through them.
Yeah, good to see you. Perky Kevin Painter. Quite happy with his achievement. He was right. He was through after beating Mark Dudbridge, even though he didn't stop and do all the sums himself. I think he probably knew he'd be through whatever happened today. Dudbridge, though, has one last little bit of work to do. That's to win the group. And for that to happen, all he has to do is win this match. If he beats Charlie Large, he wins the group. If he loses, just like Kevin Painter did to this opponent, then it would actually be Painter
Game on.
ending the group in P1.
$100.
There is one thing to note, though, and that is that Charlie Large has not lost a game yet with this set of darts.
100.
Changed his darts after 2 fixtures today and then won them both. The victory against Kevin Painter, 4-3, and a 4-3 victory over Ricky Palmer.
57. $48. $59. $78.
Well, they are the new weapons of choice.
44.
Mark Dudbridge yesterday in this meeting gave Charlie a bit of a thrashing, 4-1.
96.
The second game of the group. I know you were convinced before a dart was thrown that Mark Dudbridge would be going through, and a few that followed you on your little tip for him to win the week at 18-1 might be getting a little bit excited right now.
Well, he's in the final 6. And we do know 3 of those 6 already. The other 3 will be confirmed
60.
tonight at
Charlie required
9:45 p.m. when we kick off Group B campaigns.
Choices for Charlie. Treble 16
52.
from the 68.
Mark required 119.
Pretty simple, 60 for tops.
59. Charlie required 52. Game shot on the
Is he
first
going
leg.
to do to Mark
Charlie
Dubbridge what he did to Kevin Painter? First leg in the ledger.
Second leg, it's
Large.
Mark to throw first. Game on. $125. 43. 60. 180.
And with pace and purpose, precision by Charlie Large. Need to make a bit of a
45.
statement ending to his Group C campaign. Provisionally going up into third place in the table.
59.
One more fixture to come after this one. Stephen Plumstead, Ricky Palmer. That will complete your Group C lineup for week
96.
9.
$59.
Kevin Painter spoke about losing that little bit of intensity after qualifying. Is the same thing happening to Mark Dubbridge? It didn't seem to happen in his
26.
match
Charlie
against
required
Steve Plumstead, in fairness,
160.
but this has been a slow start. The slowest start we've probably seen from Dubbridge in the entirety of the group.
81. Mark, you require 149.
Losing the line a little bit here, Mark Dubbridge, in this fixture.
43. Charlie requires 79.
26, 45, 43.
39. Mark, you require 106. $98. Charlie required 40.
Double 10 for 2-zip.
20.
Well, that'll
Mark
be a
to
relief for
require
Mark
8.
Dubbridge and a bit of an annoyance for Kevin Painter if he's still got designs on winning this group.
No score.
But Dubbridge unable to find the finish.
Charlie required
Uncharacteristically,
20.
3 darts in hand and doesn't find the target. So back to double 10 for Charlie Large, now double 5.
Game shot on the
And
second
he
leg.
finds that and
Charlie
finds himself
Large.
2-0 up against Mark Dubbridge, who's only been beaten once
Third
in
leg,
this
it's
group.
Charlie to throw first. $134. 140.
Sometimes that annoyance can just get the juices flowing again.
$58.
Just a reminder as well that you're not going to have everything your own way. That's how Kevin Painter and Mark Dubbridge would probably have felt about this
80.
group, though it's all just been quite regimented for them.
$42. 139. 100. Mark you require 142.
142 for Mark Durbridge. Right off radar in this one. Has to be said, Charlie Large may be the beneficiary.
32. Charlie require 167.
Them are shots that will be frustrating Mark. Shots that just make the finish so much more trickier.
58.
Instead of coming back for a
Mark
two-darter like he'd been expecting
110.
to have. It might only be a dart of the ball. Again, loses the light.
42. Charlie require 109.
Good dart for a go at double 16 and a
shot on the third
3-0
leg.
lead on
Charlie
Durbridge.
Large.
What an end to the day for Charlie Large. The two toughest players to play. He might beat them
Fourth leg,
both.
it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
There is, by the way, a World Seniors Tour event going on, the first of 2024, and we do have finalists in that event as well. Kevin Edwards will
80.
take on Paul Hogan in the decider, the first Seniors Tour event of the year.
59.
Got a lot of darts going on at the moment here. Seniors, the Challenge Tour is
78.
still going as well, and we've had action underway in Bahrain. Michael Smith beating Peter Wright 6-1
81.
in their quarter-final clash. There was also a victory for Gerwin Price against the world champion Luke Humphreys.
138.
Last start in the single 18, a 138.
80.
Just hearing breaking news that there has
59.
been a 9-dart finish in that World Series event in Bahrain. And guess who it came from? Yep, Luke Littler.
180.
Super Series sensation.
Mark your require
A
146.
9-darter against Nathan Aspinall. The first leg of the match. Wow.
58. Charlie require 101.
This, for a wow moment in this
69.
match,
Mark
would have been a
require
whitewash win
88.
against Mark Durbridge. Can he rescue it and stop that happening?
That rules out the single for the bull. Recovers the situation. Charlie Large watching on the screen.
80.
He's
Charlie
got a chance for a 4-0 victory here.
Well, this would be a wonder dart.
Game,
And it is a
shot,
wonder dart.
and the
What a
match,
way to
Charlie
win the
Large.
match and to complete a whitewash against Mark Durbridge. It has real significance in this group, not for Charlie Large, but for the top two, because that means that Kevin Painter wins the group. Durbridge goes down for just the second time and loses out on top spot on leg difference. He's going through alongside Kevin Painter, but credit to Charlie Large, who's beat both of them in his last two matches of the day. The last match of the group coming next. Stephen Plumstead takes on Ricky Palmer.
So then, Stephen Plumstead and Ricky Palmer complete our Group C campaign here at the Super Series. Plumstead going down 4-2 to Dubbridge last time out, but did produce a stunning 1-3-2 out on double 16. That was a real highlight of the debutante's week. Can he produce any more showreel worthy moments against Palmer in this one? Let's find out with Matt Edgar and Chris Murphy.
One more time then for both Stephen Plumstead and Ricky Palmer. Palmer's second visit to the Super
First
Series.
leg, it's Stephen to throw first.
Plumstead comes to the end
Game
of his
on.
first fruitful week as an ADC qualifier, and someone who's earned himself great credit for a lot of the things he's done. I think the highlight will
60.
be that fabulous 1-3-2 finish. Can he sign off in style, or will Palmer pick up a win? That would see him move on
100.
to 6 points in this group. If Plumstead can get the win here, he'll actually finish third in the table behind the runaway leader, or runaway leaders,
85.
Dubbridge, and the group winner, Kevin Painter.
$58. $96. $45. $112.
So much going on in the world of darts today. Mentioned about the Challenge Tour. Few of our
82.
regulars
Stephen, you
doing
require
well.
148.
Alex Spellman, who's coming here next week, still in. Just a 5-1 victory there for him, moving himself into the last 64.
60.
We'll be taking on Daniel Ayres. Brian Roman joining
46.
us
Stephen, you require
next
88.
week as well. A 5-1 victory for him over Charlie Simmons.
Double 7 here for Plumstead. Just
81.
nudged the wire.
Ricky
Palmer has a
require
chance to produce a party piece of his
170.
own here. And he could do it. Not to beat.
134. Stephen, you require 7. Game shown the first leg. Stephen Plumstead. Second leg, it's Ricky to throw
Victory
first.
for Plumstead here would see him finish third in the table. And he'd have to be happy with that after finishing bottom in his Group A campaign.
100.
Finishing in third place only behind Dubbridge and Painter.
Well, we know what Super Series can do for players.
140.
ADC qualifiers. Luke Little was one of those, wasn't he, when he first came here? By the way, that 9-dart finish he hit today, Luke Little, incredible
85.
in his first big PDC tournament since that World Championship run. It comes 2 days before his 17th birthday.
60.
So he's done it just in the nick of time, always able to say he hit the 9-darter in a big PDC televised tournament, age 16.
180. $81. Ricky require 136. $58.
Yeah, one of the few things he never achieved on the Super Series stage, wasn't it? The perfect leg.
He had a few hit
60.
against him, though, didn't
Ricky
he?
requires
Yeah,
78.
Steve West did it actually in the first leg of a match against him, Steve West.
$58. Stephen, you require 160.
Right, we've seen Plumstead pull off a few big finishes. Is it another one? He's smiling before he even throws the
140.
dart.
Ricky required 20. $10.
One thing we know about Stephen Plumstead,
Stephen,
we've
you
seen him all
required
week, we've learnt a
20.
lot about him, is he doesn't tend to let these opportunities pass him by.
Game shot on the second lay. Stephen Plumstead.
He fancied that, didn't he? You can see he's still thinking about that
Third leg,
160
it's
now. He
Stevens to
wanted
throw
that
first.
moment.
Game on. $100.
You know, I know it's too late now, but the way he's
60.
performed today, if Plumstead had somehow managed to sneak into finals, I quite fancy him to get through the group.
140.
Be a contender.
Well, the way he's improved from Monday to Friday, I think if he was here for a couple more days, he'd probably be the world number
140.
1.
It's been a really good incline.
$45. $41. $45. $36. $97.
One-way traffic at the moment.
92. Stephen, you require 74.
There's not much between the two in the averages, but it just feels like Plumstead's in complete control of this one.
Will be if he beds the bull.
36.
Saw Plumstead
Ricky
himself take
require
out the 132 earlier, 2 bulls and a double 16. Can Ricky Palmer do the exact same thing? Good effort. Not going to happen.
$92. Stephen, you require 38.
It is in the 6, so it's double 16. Oh, that's a pull.
27.
As was that.
Ricky require 40.
Saying how clean he's been at the back
Game
end of
shot on
legs,
the
and that
third
was a bit
leg.
messy.
Ricky
But for
Palmer.
Ricky, it was a bit Lionel.
Fourth leg, it's Ricky to throw first. Game on.
But just a
44.
reminder, as we come to the end of today's action, that we will have 10 more tungsten tussles for you tonight. 9:45, the coverage begins.
39.
Live here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel and for viewers in the UK and Ireland on Sporty Stuff TV. And we have Moreno Michaels, Jim McEwen, Tony O'Shea, Wayne Jones
58.
and Scott Walters all fighting it out to be part of the final 3 in the Saturday 6. Kevin Painter, Mark
68.
Dubridge and the Group A winner Christian de Boer all already there. Do join us for some
60.
Friday night Arrows entertainment.
$64. $96.
Are we set with our nickname suggestions for these two players? Tricky Ricky and Foxy?
I'll take that, yeah. More than happy with those. We'll see what they think
83.
as they leave.
Well, the thing is, with Foxy, he's kind of already got the logo on the shirt
Yeah,
already.
doesn't need a new one made. See, we're thinking of all angles here.
39.
Can tell we're from Yorkshire, being cost effective.
$55.
Seem to have hit a few speed bumps at the moment, this pair in this match.
98.
A lot of darts like that.
41.
Not just
Ricky
missing
require
trebles, but missing
106.
entire segments.
$58. Stephen, you require 151. $78. Ricky require 48.
For 2-2.
32. Stephen, you require
We
73.
know Ricky Palmer's fate is set. He'll be finishing 5th in this table. Still a bit of pride to be played for here for Stephen Plumstead.
55.
Still get 3rd
Ricky
place off of
requires
Charlie
16.
Large.
Game shot on the 4th lay. Ricky Palmer. Fifth leg, it's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
Well, all square in this one. It was the very first match of the group, and it did go the distance. A 4-3 win in favour of Ricky Palmer.
76. $68. $60. $100. $97. $60. $64. $140. $60.
Plumstead was 2-0 up
Ricky
in this and
require
had
133.
opportunities to go 3-0 up. All of a sudden, Ricky Palmer's become favourite to take the lead.
117.
Was for another
Stephen, you
big
require
finish to add that to the box
144.
with the 160, the 103, the 120 and the 125 that Ricky Palmer's already been able to take out. So there's certainly been no
90. Ricky
problems
requires 16.
in that column. It's in the points column that's the problem for Ricky Palmer.
Game shot on the 5th lay. Ricky Palmer.
Well, he might get a couple more before he leaves us for this week. He's now throwing for a
6th leg, it's Ricky
4-2
to
win.
throw first. Game on. $81. $59.
That's been his bad dart, hasn't it, more often than not, that dart wide and low to the left.
30.
We picked up on it early that he's not sort of extending and throwing out to the board, quite often hooking or rotating and turning with the action. And
60.
with that, you're just going to lose that straight dart. It's not going to come through to the 20s.
$43.
Sort of just lives every dart as well, doesn't he, Ricky Palmer? Doesn't leave anything to the imagination.
55.
There we see it again. And then he overcompensates
66.
and then gets it right.
big sigh of relief there, rectifying the situation with the last dart.
140.
Plumstead all set to force the decider here, just like in their meeting in match 1 yesterday.
60.
Palmer won that one, but Plumstead's got 6 darts from 187 to take us to leg 7. It'll only be the
90.
third time today. Palmer himself went down 4-3 to Charlie Large, and Kevin Painter also lost the last leg
81.
decider to
Stephen, you
Large.
require 97. Game shot on the
Nicely
sixth
done
leg.
from Plumstead, and we
Stephen
do go the
Plumstead.
distance.
7th and final leg. It's Stephen to throw
Well,
first.
this is
Game
your
on.
last leg, gentlemen. Treat us to something special. Well, that deflected
80.
off that dart in the treble 20. It actually hit the 12.
You do kind of to get these
60.
big aggressive deflections, and you've got these really thick sort of moulded flights on the back of the dart.
$58. $45. $100.
In a game that's been backwards and forwards, Plumstead took a 2-0 lead.
60.
Ricky Palmer clawed it back, went 3-2 ahead. And now it's looking like Plumstead
99.
could get over the line.
Go
100.
on
Stephen,
then,
you
Stevie
require
P.
164.
Let's sign off with something spectacular. Not to beat, but he is going to leave it pretty handy,
124.
very handy indeed. Double top to end his campaign on a
58.
high
Stephen, you require 40.
and to finish in 3rd place in the group. Now then, could split this, could bust this, could just go for double 5.
No score.
Chooses to bust it, but in a strange fashion, because had he gone either side of that 20, he would have left himself in peril.
44. Stephen, you require 40.
Worked out in the end, Steve Plumstead, who wants tops, who wants double 10.
20. Ricky require 134.
And now Palmer gets a chance to pull off a party piece.
$94.
2 10s to bring an end
Stephen, you require
to the
20.
Group C action on week 9.
No score.
Still not found.
Ricky require 40.
Gets away from Steve Plumstead, and now Palmer has his chance. And now he's the one that's smiling, transferred from the face of his opponent onto his own. Are the points transferred? Head in hands for Plumstead.
Game, shot,
Points
and
in
the
the
match,
pocket for
Ricky
Palmer.
Palmer.
That brings an end to the Group C action. Both players have played their part. Steve Plumstead doesn't get the 3rd place finish that he was hoping for. That goes to Charlie Large instead. In the end, a 4-3 win for Ricky Palmer. His 2nd victory of the day and his 3rd in the group. He finishes in 5th position ahead of JT Davis. Plumstead just above him. Charlie Large in 3rd place. But going through 2 finals night, Mark Dubbridge and Kevin Painter.
Yeah, Plumstead uncharacteristically poor on the outer ring in that final match, but I have really enjoyed watching him in action this week. It's been really refreshing, hasn't it, seeing how much someone enjoys their time up on this hockey.
Even when it's not going right, most people just enjoy the good stuff or when things are going correct or going well for them. But for Stephen Plumstead, he actually finished bottom in Group A and then came out here and played so much better in this Group C campaign. This performance increasing all the time. Didn't matter if he's missing or hitting, just really enjoying and embracing the experience. He's worked so hard to get here. He now doesn't know what he's going to do. We had a chat on Monday. He didn't know what he was going to do after this. I'd like to see him try and come back here again.
Yeah, I think many of us feel the same way about Stephen Plumstead. Let's have a look then at all 15 results that we've seen today and the standout ones that you can see in there. Mark Dudbridge, he got the better of JT Davis 4-2, and that secured his place in finals night. And then Kevin Painter, what a performance he put in to get the better of Flash and get himself into finals night. That was really the standout performance of the day, wasn't it?
Not just because of the average. It's so easy just to look through and go, that's the best performance because it was the biggest average. It was the mannerism of which he did it, the way in which he did it, the way he conducted himself on the stage. From the moment he come up here, he was aggressive, he was fiery. He eyed that up as a game he wanted to win. He wanted the revenge on Mark Dudbridge. These things mean something to Kevin Painter. He still have that old school mentality where it's not just about getting the result, it's where you do it and who against. And he was so fiery from the off. It was a fantastic performance and second 100 average of the week.
It was quite interesting as well, talking to him off camera where he was saying, I just really wanted to replicate that level against Charlie Large though, because in the back of my head, all I was thinking about was finishing top of the group standings. We can see now how Group C finished up, and he did get that wish. He did finish above Mark Dudbridge in the league standings thanks to his superior leg difference throughout that campaign. But for Mark Dudbridge, we just saw him as he was leaving the building there. He's really happy with the level he produced. It's really impossible, isn't it, to judge these players on what they produce once they've qualified.
Exactly that point. Once you're through, you do lose that sort of course, you want to come up here and win. You want to, but the need to do so is eliminated, which means you don't get that adrenaline. You don't get that same sort of feeling. And with that, you can just almost get a bit lazy with the action, a bit like you're practicing rather than you're in a game. And you've also got the joy of things as well. You want to go out, you want to celebrate, you want to speak to your family, you want to speak to your friends, and you want to enjoy that moment. It's very rare you win something and then it's like, actually, just go have a couple more games before you do that. You want to have your victory lap, and he's going to go off and do that now and be ready for tomorrow.
Let's have a look then at the group breakdowns. Christian de Boer was the first player to book his spot in finals night. Kevin Painter and Mark Dudbridge will be joining him tonight. Group B reaches a conclusion. We'll be back on air from 9:45 for the conclusion there. Morena Michels and Jim McEwen joint on 6 points at the top of the table at the moment. Just a quick word, though, on Kevin Painter. We've just seen that he did finish top of the table. Is that the most comfortable you've seen him on this stage?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it'd be unfair to say at times he's almost looked like he didn't want to be here. He's looked like if the campaign doesn't start too well, he's almost got down on himself and sort of berated himself a bit. And even when things haven't gone well this time, he's been very focused. Now, a lot of that I think is going to come down to the fact he's playing more regularly. Because when you're not playing as regular, you'll come up here and it's sort of the big moment rather than it being a continuum. And the fact he's gone to Q School so he can do Challenge Tour, play more darts, I think he's going to find that actually the moments don't feel as big as they did maybe a year or 2 years ago. We may see the best from him this year.
Yeah, absolutely. 3 more spots then still to be filled for tomorrow night's finals night. Make sure you come and join us from 9:45 tonight. But this afternoon, it was Kevin Painter, the 2004 World Championship finalist, who dominated.
What a finish from Kevin Painter. And where did it come from?
Game
Oh,
shot on the second
beautiful.
leg.
Great finish from the artist.
Game shot on the first leg.
Kevin Painter kicks
Kevin
off the
Painter.
action here.
Game
And he
shot on the
adds the
third
107
leg.
to it.